Kind of organism which is found in the water, fresh water. It is usually found in the fresh water. Yes, good morning, students. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's begin the class. Yes, we were speaking about the 4 stakeholders, isn't it? Yes, students, we were discussing about the 4 stakeholders who were depending on the forest, and the 4th group was not depending, but remaining 3 were depending on the forest for the completion of the basic needs. First group. Second group may be for the raw material, isn't it? Yes, are you hearing me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Then
ma'am.
we will put a link towards the previous class and the today's class. So what we were discussing in the previous class about the, yes, what we were speaking about. We were speaking about the 4 group of the people who were linked to the forest, isn't it? And those were the first group was, we had finished all the groups and we were up to the last one, which is the 4th one. Yes, one by one we'll just recall. Which is the first group? Who is linked? Who is depending on the forest areas? Yes, just make a list fast so that we can continue the next part of the portion.
People who live near on the forest.
Yes, people who live near or inside the forest. This was the first group, and we studied how they were depending on the forest areas, what kind of the needs were there, how they fulfilled the basic needs from this forest area, how did they utilize the natural resources of the forest area. Along with them, they utilized it for their animals also. Okay. And about the second group, who is the second group here? Yes, who was the second group?
Forest Department of the government.
Yes, Forest Department of the government. What was their work? What was their work? Yes, Forest Department. They were allotted a particular area by the government so that they should control over that particular area and preserve the natural resources. They may be the plants and the animals. They should protect them. They should protect them because they may be exploited by any other member. So they should prevent the exploitation of the natural resources in the particular area which has been allotted for this forest department. Okay, they may be the plants or maybe the animals also. And which is the third group? The third group of the people who are linked to the forest areas, not the department.
Industrialists.
Industrialists. And what are they in need of from the forest? Yes, what did they want from the forest?
Raw material.
Raw material. The main thing is that they want the raw material, and you learned how are they using the raw materials and how are they exploiting the natural resources for their benefit. This is the biggest group which is utilizing the forest area in a large scale. In a large scale, they are utilizing the natural resources that are available in the forest areas. And we discussed about them, and also about all the three we have discussed. We were in the fourth group. Now, which is the fourth group? Yes, which is the fourth one? The fourth group of the people who are concerned about the forest areas. Who are those? Yes, just recall from your memory. Otherwise, open the textbook, see it carefully. At least like this, you can read the things, whatever it is given in the textbook. Okay? Yes, which is the fourth group now? Yes, forgotten, huh? Which is the fourth one?
Wildlife and nature enthusiasts.
Very good. Wildlife and the nature enthusiasts are the conservationists. These are not depending on the forest areas, but they concern to conserve these natural resources, and they want to maintain them properly. That means they want the sustainable management of the natural resources so that it should be preserved for the future generation. They want to conserve them. Okay. So we during this thing we had got an example of one of the people. What were those? Who were those? Who were those people about whom we were speaking about while discussing about the wildlife and the nature enthusiasts? Yes, which was the community that we had discussed in the previous class?
Bishnoi.
It is Bishnois, and they are still present. One of the students had asked me that whether they are still there. They are still present in Rajasthan. Okay. I think Sukanya. Sukanya has asked this question. Are you there, Sukanya?
Yes,
They are still there. Okay. They are still
Yes,
present
ma'am.
there. Their community is still present. Okay. So Bishnois are still there. You can see if you want to collect the information, you can collect from any other source. Okay. They are still there. They are still here only. Okay. Now we were speaking about the Bishnois. What was the contribution of the Bishnois? Yes. What was the contribution? What was the contribution of the Bishnois towards the forest areas? Yes. What was the contribution? What kind of the people were there? They were the nature-loving people. They protected a particular type of the tree. What is the name of the tree? Khejri tree. And they belong to a particular village. Yes, what is the name of the village?
Kejrali.
Kejrali village. And where does this Kejrali village come? Which state?
Near Jodhpur in Rajasthan.
In Jodhpur in Rajasthan. So we were speaking about the Bishnois community who had sacrificed their lives for the protection of the particular type of the tree called Khejri tree, and they belong to the village Kejrali near Jodhpur in Rajasthan. And there was one particular woman who has started this revolution. What was the name of that woman who started this?
Amrita
Devi.
Yes, Amrita Devi. Okay. So along with her, how many members sacrificed their lives for protection of this tree?
362.
Very good. 362 people have sacrificed their lives for the protection of this particular type of the tree, which is called as
363.
363. Okay. This was about the conservationist or the community, one of the community who has sacrificed their lives for the protection of the tree. Now let us come to the next concept. There is a belief that there is not actually whatever it is, they think that there is an opposition for the traditional use of the forest area. There is an opposition for the traditional use of the forest areas. An example for this is about the nomadic group. See, there is a particular type of the group which is in Himalayan region. They used to graze their ships in the summer season. Okay, nomadic shepherd by the name nomadic shepherd. These people were grazing their ships in the summer season in a particular Himalayan region. Now there is a national park over there. Okay. So first I will write all those things, then we will speak about them. So they are the nomadic shepherds. Okay. So what happened with them? They used to rear their ships in that particular area where there is a national park now. These nomadic shepherds used to rear their ships in with a special kind of the grass. The name of the grass is Alpino meadows. What is the name of the grass? It is Alpino meadows. Okay. See, this special kind of the nomadic shepherds, they used to graze their ships in a particular area of the Himalayan region. Now it is in the control of now there is a national park there where they used to graze their ships. Now that particular area has come under the control of the national park. So which are the group of the people? They are the nomadic shepherds. These shepherds used to graze their ships in a particular area of a Himalayan region. Now that area is being occupied by the national park, and they used to rear their ships especially in the summer season. Okay, especially in the summer season where there is special kind of the grass used to grow. The name of the grass was Alpino meadows. Okay, this is the name of the grass that will grow only in the summer season. And these nomadic shepherds used to graze their ships by this grass in that particular region of the Himalaya. Okay, but after the establishment of the national park in that particular region, now it has come in the control of the national park people. That means whatever the area was there where they were used to raise the ships by a special kind of the grass called Alpino meadows. Now it has come under the control of the national park. That means it is a government area now. Naturally, they will not allow these people to rear the ships. As a result of which, what is happening? That grass will grow very tall, preventing for the next fresh growth. So this is the best example for the rejection or the opposition of the traditional use of the forest area. We are speaking about the opposition for the traditional use of the forest areas. And the best example for this opposition of the traditional use of the forest area is the example of the nomadic shepherds. What they used to do? They used to rear their ships in a particular region of the Himalayan region with a special kind of the grass. That grass is found in that region only. What is the name of the grass? The name of the grass is Alpino meadows. Okay, this grass was reared by the ships of the nomadic shepherds in the summer season, because in the summer season naturally there will be less grass available everywhere, isn't it? Due to the scarcity, everything, whatever it is there. So because of that, they used to rear their ships. Who used to rear their ships? Yes, what is the group of that people called? Yes, what is the name? It is on the board. What is the name of those people? Are you seeing?
Nomadic shepherds.
Nomadic shepherds. These were the people who used to graze their ships in a particular region of Himalayan where a special kind of grass was grown. What is the name of the grass? Yes, what is the name of the grass? It is here. What is the name of the grass? Yes? Read it. What is the name of the grass? Say if it would have been a regular class, offline class, then we would have got the practice of reading the new different words. But still now it is an online class, means we should say you in this way only. So read the name of the grass, whatever it is there on the board. Yes, what is the name of the grass? We would have concentrated on each and every student, but we can't do in the online class, isn't it? So have the habit of reading the new words, pronouncing the new words. So what is this grass called? Because next year you will be PUC first year students, isn't it? There you will get a lot of different words. If you are not perfect with these simple words, now whichever you are getting in your syllabus, then how will you go to the next year syllabus, which is a very vast syllabus? Yes, what is the name of the grass here? Yes, anybody? Be bold, show your interest in the studies. If this is the way, then how will you get the good marks in the final exam? Yes, students? What is the name of the grass? It is on the board. Just read it. You are English medium students. No need to teach you how to read a new word. Yes, what is the name of the grass? Say. Pronounce it. Does this show that nobody is interested in the studies? Yes, pronounce it. Adarsh. Let it be wrong. Just pronounce it. No one is perfect in this world. Everyone will learn by doing the mistakes only. Yes?
Alpine meadows.
Alpine meadows. Very good. The name of the grass is Alpine meadows, and it was raided by the ships by a particular group of the people called as nomadic shepherds in a particular Himalayan region. Okay. But after that, what happened? Due to the control of the national park people by this area has come under the control of the whom? Who has got control over this area now? Yes, who has got control over this area? Who are those people who have got control over the area which has been earlier used by these shepherds for raiding their ships? It has been come under the control of the national park. Okay, it has come under the control of the national park, and that now these shepherds are not allowed to rear their ships in that area. That means the grass will grow very tall, preventing for the fresh growth. Earlier, that grass, a special kind of the grass, was utilized by these shepherds to rear their ships in the summer season. Okay, this is the example for what? What is this example related to? So what does this example explain to you? Yes, what does this example explain to you? See, while writing in the exam, you have to make points. How to remember? See, for example, this point only I am explaining you. You have to say rejection for traditional use of forest area. Okay, this is the point. Okay, in this point you have to write about this people. You have to remember like this while writing in the exams, particularly this chapter, you have to remember point wise, small points. If you recall this point, suddenly you will come to know that you have to write about this nomadic shepherd. So recall it like this, remember in this way, point wise you have to make a small points and then read it thoroughly so that whenever you are writing the paper, points should be there in your mind. When you write the point, then you should be able to elaborate the matter there. Whatever you have to write now, you should be able to elaborate it. You should extend it. And suddenly you have to understand what is the example that you have to write in that particular point. What you have to explain. By taking which example you have to explain about this particular point. Okay, in this way you have to remember the point. So this example is for what? This example is for the rejection for the traditional use of the forest area. Okay, this example explains to you how there was a rejection because earlier whatever the natural resources were there, they were utilized by the people for their benefit. But nowadays, due to the construction or due to the establishment of the national parks and different things, because of that, the local people are not utilizing the resources, particularly whichever are available in that area. So, the best example for the rejection of the traditional use of the forest area is, which example was there? Just now, whatever I explained, what was the example of that one? Yes, what was the example? It was the example of, yes, it was the example of what? See, this chapter will not be deleted for the final exam. So concentrate and listen it carefully. Are you understanding, students? This chapter will not be deleted. Whatever the 30% of the syllabus is deleted, no? This chapter will not be deleted from it. Are you understanding, hearing me? Yes, reply me whether you are hearing or not. Yes? Are you hearing me? Yes, just reply. I am unable to hear your sound.
Yes,
Abhilash?
ma'am.
This chapter will not be
Yes, ma'am.
deleted. So you should concentrate on this chapter. And this chapter is like a social chapter. You have to remember the points and you have to explain it in a long way. So don't neglect this chapter I'm saying you. So just now whatever I explained, yes, one of you explain me. What was the point that I explained now? Yes, what was the point? Just a small point and then example with it. Yes, anybody? You can tell in your own word. No need to say as it is, as in the same way, in the whatever it is in the textbook. No need to explain in the same way, with the same word, whatever it is in the textbook. You can write in your own words. Just explain in your own words. And in the exam, if you write in your own words, then only you'll get maximum marks. Okay? So just explain me in a brief manner, or just give a small way. You have to explain me. How will you explain? Yes, anybody? Yes, Aishwarya. Bhagyashree. Yes, anybody? Nobody is interested, eh? Then if this question arises in the exam, how will you answer them? Yes, Bhagyashree, where are you? Bhagyashree?
Yes, ma'am.
Answer me. Just now I explained the point. Just tell me the heading of the point at least. In a short manner, you tell me what was the point that I have explained you now. I think you didn't hear only, isn't it? Yes? Abhilash, explain me now.
The area which was used by nomadic shepherds to graze their sheep is now undertaken by the national park.
Very good. You have told the example there. Very good. At least one student has understood. What about the other? Very good, Abhilash. See, this is an example. Whatever you told, no, that is an example. What is an example for what? It is an example for the rejection. They have refused the traditional use of the forest areas. And the best example has, whatever you have explained now, that is the example for it. Okay. Now let us come to the next thing. Say students, you are not concentrating on the class. You should be very attentive. If you want good marks, if you understand, then only you can read it. No need to mug it up. You are not the small children to by heart. You should understand the concept. Then only you will be able to remember it. Rattamar will not be, that concept will not run for your exam because you are 10th standard students. The syllabus is what? Though it is 30% is reduced, even then the chapters are very much for you. That much only is more for you. Okay, and online classes, we don't know how much you are understanding, what are the difficulties that you are facing, in which part of the chapter, because you are not replying. So be attentive to the class. The main thing is you should be attentive, ask your doubts, clarify it, prepare yourself, prepare a timetable. Everybody should be perfect with each and every subject. Okay, so let me come to the next point. See, we can keep the local people away from the protected areas. Okay, whatever the protected areas are there, no? So next point I'll write like this thing. How to remember means about the protected area. I am speaking about the protected area. Whatever the protected areas are there, no, we can keep the local people away from those areas and we can manage to keep them away. Okay. For some extent, we can manage to keep the local people away from the protected area of the forest. and we can control and we can conserve the natural resources in the forest area. We can do the sustainable management by avoiding the local people from coming into the protected areas. But what about the industrialists? Yes, what about the industrialists and tourism department and the big projects? See, we can keep the local people away, but what about the industrialists? Yes, see, these industrialists, we can't keep them away. What they will do? They will destroy the forest, destruction of the forest, deforestation will be caused due to the industrialists, and that is naturally the demerit. We cannot keep them away. The industrialists cannot be kept away from the forest because they are the one of the source of the revenue or the taxes, whatever they are giving to the government. Okay. So they can keep the local people away, but they cannot control the deforestation which is caused by the industrialists. And they cannot keep the big projects also. They cannot avoid the big projects like dams, like building dams and roads. Okay, these things will be built. See, industrialists, they will do the destruction in the forest by deforestation. To get their raw materials from the forest, they will do the deforestation. That means naturally they are exploiting the natural resources. And again, the big projects, the second thing that they cannot stop is dams and roads. These are the big projects that cannot be avoided. Okay, what happens due to these projects? Due to this big projects, a large amount of the biodiversity will be destroyed, isn't it? And you have learned about the dams, isn't it? You have learned about the dams. Where you have learned about the dams? While learning about the production of the, yes, where you have learned about the dams?
Hydroelectric.
Very good. You have learned about the hydroelectricity, and during learning about the dams and the production of the hydroelectricity, at that time only you learned that a large amount of the area is required for building the dam. That means whatever the huge area that is required for building the dams, whatever the biodiversities will be there, they will be completely destroyed. They will submerge in the water. So this leads to the destruction of the forest areas. And about the roads, if they want to construct the roads, naturally again the deforestation has to be taken place. So these are the big causes of the deforestation or exploitation of the forest areas, which cannot be controlled because they want the socio-economic conditions to be improved. That means they want to be advanced, developed countries. They think that by these things only they can develop the country. So these are also the must. But the demerits of this is deforestation is there, as a result of which you will lose the natural resources which are available in the forest. That means you are exploiting the forest areas. So you cannot stop. You can protect the local people interfering in the protected areas, but you cannot stop the industrialists from the destruction of the forest areas. And you cannot stop the big projects also. Big projects also, you cannot avoid the big projects like dams and the roads, which will destroy the forest areas. And the third thing is tourism. Okay, tourism department. This is the third one. Due to the tourists that they arrive there and visit there in the forest areas, whatever the arrangements are made or whatever the activities they are there due to this tourism, they will also destroy the resources that are available in the forest area. We cannot neglect this tourism. They want the tourists to come to India because there is a big benefit from this tourism, isn't it? The government will get a lot of a big amount from the tourism department, as a result of which they cannot avoid this also. Okay. First thing is they cannot avoid the destruction caused by the industrialists. They cannot avoid the big projects like dams and roads. And they cannot avoid the tourism also because the large amount of the amount that they are collecting from tourism is utilized by the government. It is a benefit for the government, so they will not avoid this tourism also. So due to the arrangements that have been made for this tourist people that are also destroying the forest sources. Okay. So what are the things that you can avoid? To whom you can avoid from appearing in the protected areas? They are the local people. You can keep the local people away. Okay, you can keep the local people away, but you cannot avoid the destruction caused due to the industrialists. That is the deforestation caused by the industrialists. And you cannot avoid the big projects also. These are the big projects. You cannot avoid this. Okay, these big projects cannot be avoided. As a result of which these dams and roads, this will cause the destruction of the forest areas. Next one is the tourism, whatever the activities are there, as a result of which the forest areas are destroyed. Okay, and tourism, naturally there is a benefit for the government from tourism. So this activity also cannot be avoided. Okay, so what are the things that are cause of the exploitation of the forest areas? So which are the things that which you cannot avoid? What are the things? Yes, list them up. They are on the board. So whom you can keep away from the forest, from the protected areas? Yes, who are those whom you can keep away from the protected areas? Yes, students.
Local people.
Yes, you can keep, very good, you can keep the local people away from the protected areas of the forest. And in this way, you can preserve the natural resources. But there are some group of the people whom you cannot avoid or whom you cannot control. So who are those people whom you cannot control? Yes, list them up. Who are those people? Yes, they are the industrialists. Second group is, the second thing is that you cannot avoid is the big
projects.
big projects you cannot avoid. Which are those big projects? Which are those big projects?
Dams and roads.
Dams and the roads. These are the big projects that you cannot avoid because they have been signed by the government. Naturally, they will be completed only and due. And if they want to complete these projects, naturally a big amount of the area is required from the forest. That means a biodiversity has to be destroyed. That leads in the ecological imbalance. Okay, that leads to the ecological imbalance. That means naturally we are exploiting the natural resources. So now what is the last thing? It is the last one. It is the
Tourism.
tourism. Naturally, it is the tourism. Whoever are coming to the country for the purpose of tourism, naturally, their activities are also the cause of the destruction of the forest area. And if you have visited any national parks, maybe anywhere, wherever you have visited, you might have observed the activities of the tourists that they will be disturbed for the, they may be the animals or maybe the plants also. They will disturb these things. Okay, if you have observed or if you have visited any national parks where you might have seen the animals or the variety of the plants. Okay, whatever they are there, these tourists they will not go and visit and come. While visiting, they will disturb something. So those are the activities that are also responsible for the exploitation of the forest areas. Okay, this was about the exploitation of the forest areas. That now next thing. Now let us come to the next point. That means naturally due to the interference of the humans, there is an ecological imbalance created. But this you can understand now. Due to the human interference, there is a total imbalance in the nature. So the next thing is what they have to do. Due to human interference, imbalance is created in the nature. So how to control it, how to conserve the natural resources, how to do the sustainable management of the natural resources means naturally they have to take the steps in such a way that it should be environmentally and developmentally sound. Okay, so due to human interference, see, Human interference is more. Okay. Human interference is more. As a result of which you should make the points like this so that you can extend the matter while writing in the exam. When the question arises about anything in the exam, particularly related to this chapter, you have to make the points like this. And wherever you are writing now, I'll tell you how to write it. Let us come here. When we come across the date and a particular type of the people, name of the people, or maybe the place, or maybe the community, when you write the answer now, you have to underline that particular date or the name of the people or the place maybe, or maybe the name of the community. That you have to underline. That will highlight the answer about the important points. Okay, wherever the points are there, no? If you are explaining about the Bisnois community, then you go on explaining about the wildlife and the nature enthusiast. When you are explaining about wildlife and nature enthusiast, that para you start with the wildlife and nature enthusiast, isn't it? Are you understanding what I'm telling to you, students? Hearing me? Yes?
Yes.
I am explaining you how to write the answer in the exam. See, if you are explaining the fourth point, the people who are related to the forest areas, then you'll start wildlife and nature enthusiasts. You'll start with that point. When you underline that, while explaining that point, the Bisnois community and the name of that woman and the date and the number of the people, the name of the tree, the name of the village and the village of particular state, that everything comes in between inside the para, isn't it? You will not start with the heading. Kejrali village, you'll not start like this. You'll start with the point as wildlife and nature enthusiast. Then you start writing the answer. All these points will come inside your para. All these points will be in your para. When you write the para, in that all those things will come. So whenever you write name of the woman, Amrita Devi Bisnoy, then you have to underline with the pencil so that the name will be highlighted. When the examiner wants to check the paper, he will be reading continuously. But whatever the points, very important points are there, no, you have to just underline with the pencil. After seeing that, you will get maximum marks. Okay. Once you start reading whole answer, if you have forgotten to do anything, then you should just underline it so that the point should be highlighted. You will get maximum marks. This is one of the way to score. One of the way to highlight your answer. How to highlight the answer means wherever the important words, dates, names, places, everything are there, no? Just you have to underline with the pencil in the answer itself. It will highlight the points that are in that particular para. That means there is a possibility of getting, no, there is a possibility, no, you will get maximum marks for those points. So is it clear how to write the answer? If the dates, names are inside the para and the heading of the para is something different. So how to highlight the answer is, how you will highlight the answer then? This is one of the techniques that I am telling you to use because you will get the maximum marks in the answer paper. Yes, what you will do? Yes, students, what you will do? Have you heard or not what I am saying to you?
Underline.
Yes, very good. You have to underline what? What you have to underline?
The main one.
Yes. Name, date. Yes, if it is about the community, like this Bisnoy community, you have to underline that. Number of people, that is 360 people, you have to underline that. Name of the award, that you have to underline. I'm giving the example of that one. So, how they will check the papers after going to the valuation only, I came to know that they will read it like that. They will just point it out. Instead of their work, if you underline yourself about the important points, then naturally fast they will do the checking and they will give the marks. Maximum marks will be given for that answer and you will get the good marks. Okay, let us come to the next point. We were speaking about what? The human interference in the exploitation of the natural resources, mainly about the forest department or the forest areas, not department, forest area. We were speaking about the exploitation of the forest resources due to the human interference. See, due to the human interference, naturally there are so many things which are exploited in the forest. So what is the need? There is a need to take sustainable management, to manage the resources of the forest in such a way that it should lead to the economic and environmental and developmental resources should be in the mind. Okay, it should be environmentally and developmentally sound. Whatever the measures that you are going to take for the improvement of the forest areas, it should be environmentally conservative and it should be towards the point of the development also, development of the nation. Development of particular area means naturally it will come to the development of the nation itself. Whatever the measures that you are going to take to improve the natural resources of the forest, okay, are there not? Due to the interference of the human people, they have been started exploiting. So now you have to first get aware of it and stop the unusual exploitation of those resources. And you have to think over the measures what have to be taken to improve these natural resources. And the measures should be in such a way that they should be environmentally and developmentally sound. They should improve the environment and as well as develop the nation. Okay, the measure should be environmentally sound. It should be towards the improvement of the environment as well as the development also. Okay, the measure should be in such a way that they should improve the environment and they should also develop the particular resources and then particular areas and finally to the particular nation. They should be towards the development of the nation also. So whatever the measures that they have, you or we have to take is, we have to improve the conditions of the environment as well as develop the nation. Naturally, if you are following to, by concentrating on these two concepts, naturally there will be an improvement which is naturally the improvement of the local people surrounding over that area. If the conditions are improving about the particular local people over that area, then it is nothing but socio-economic development of the place, isn't it? It is socio-economic development. If we are improving the environment, thinking about the development, then naturally the development means particularly first it is related to the people who are in and around that area. That means the people over there, they are developing means naturally the socio-economic conditions are improving there. If we go on thinking in this way, the socio-economic condition of the whole country will be improved along with the completion of the material aspiration. See, along with the completion of the material aspiration also. We can complete the material aspiration. Why? Because we are protecting the environment. We are protecting the environment. Here we are protecting the forest areas. We are protecting the forest areas means thinking about the natural resources available in that particular area. That means the natural resources are improved. We can make them available for the local people for completing their material aspiration. Okay, so in this way, totally overall what we are doing, we are improving the condition of the country. We are improving the socio-economic conditions of the country. In this way, we are becoming a developed country. By what? By improving our natural resources, by conserving our natural resources, or by sustainable management of our natural resources, we are coming to the socio-economic development. Okay, so what is the thing that we have learned here? Due to human interference, more and more in the forest areas, totally the exploitation of the resources is there. Due to the interference, maximum number of the natural resources in the forest area are being exploited. So what is the result means? Whatever the resources are being exploited, naturally there are so many demerits. Now there is a need for conservation and sustainable management of those resources. When you think of that point, when you think of conservation of the resources or sustainable management of the resources, then you have to think in such a way that it should be environmentally and developmentally sound. It should be the conservation of the environment as well as the development aspect has to be completed. Okay, these 2 points should be in mind while thinking about the conservation and sustainable management of the resources that are available in the forest area. Okay, after thinking about these 2 aspects, naturally what you are doing, you are improving the conditions of the local people who are surrounding that area. If the conditions of the people are improving, the resources are becoming very rich, the areas are becoming rich of the resources, then naturally what this means? The meaning of this is there is a socio-economic development of that particular area. Then in one area by area means you will completely concentrate, you will completely contribute towards the nation or the complete country. That means the socio-economic development of a particular country can be achieved by all these aspirations. And along with this, you can complete the basic needs of the local people also. That are the material aspirations also can be completed by making the particular areas rich with the natural resources. If they are rich with the natural resources, naturally they can be provided for the local people for completing the material aspiration. Okay, have you understood about this one? So what is the main cause of the exploitation of the natural resources in the forest areas? Yes, what is the main cause? What is the main cause?
Human interference.
Human interference. So to avoid the human interference, you have to take the strict measures. And the measures should be in such a way that what are the 2 aspects that you are keeping in mind while thinking about the conservation or the sustainable management? Yes, what are the 2 aspects that you have to keep in mind? You should think about the what? You should think about
environmental development.
Environment as well as development of that area. Okay, environment also, development also. And by thinking about these 2 things, you are improving the conditions of whom? Whose conditions are being improved first? Yes, by thinking about these 2 aspects, there is an improvement of particular people. Who are those people? Yes, who are those people? They are the local people surrounding that particular area. Okay, they are the local people who are surrounding that particular area where the natural resources are being conserved. As a result of which, what is the thing that is improving here? What are you achieving by conserving the natural resources in that particular area? What are the things that you are achieving? Yes, what are you achieving?
Social and economic development.
You are getting the social and economic development. Okay, you are getting the socio-economic development. Along with that, you are completing the material aspiration of the people also. Okay, along with that, you are completing the material aspiration of the people also. So are you understanding whatever is going on in this class? Yes? Anybody any doubt? Do you think that this chapter is difficult? No, no? Yes, tell your opinion about this chapter. Is it easy or tough? Are you understanding or not? Because today you didn't answer more. Yes? Understanding the chapter or not? If you have any doubts, you can ask now. Yes? Anybody any doubt in this? Understood? Yes, do you have any doubts in this chapter? Yes, anybody any doubt? Just say yes or no. Yes, do you have any doubt? No. One girl, no. What about the boys? Yes, yes or no? Have you understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, very good. At least one. So I should also get satisfied by my work, no? Whether whatever I am explaining, is it understood by you or not? If you have understood, then only we will think that whatever we are doing, it is correct. Otherwise, there may be some fault in us, or maybe somewhere we are lagging behind. So we should think in that way also. So this was about the human interference. Due to human interference, there is a totally exploitation of the natural resources. So to avoid these things, they have to take particular measures. What are those measures means? How the measures should be made? They should be towards, they should think it about the environment and developmental aspects. These two aspects should be in the mind, while conservation and sustainable management of the forest resources. As a result of which, first thing is that we will improve about the conditions of the local people who are living in and around that area. Okay, you will improve the condition of that local people. That means if the resources are being rich in that particular forest area, means naturally they will utilize it and they will be completely sustainably managed, and they will get the benefit of that one. If the people are getting the benefit of that one, means there is a socio-economic development of that particular area, and they are completing their needs also. As a result of which, if a particular area is developed socially and economically, if we think about the area to area, every area is covered, then we can complete it, and we can say that there is a complete socio-economical development is there overall the nation. A country can improve by conserving the natural resources as well as by the sustainable management of the natural resources. A country can improve, can enrich their natural resources by which two aspects? By conservation and by sustainable management of the natural resources. These two aspects are completed, means the country will be rich of the natural resources. Here, which is the natural resource that we are speaking about? Here, which is the natural resource here? It is about the water. Yes, we are speaking about what? A particular natural resource we are speaking about. It is about what kind of the resource are we discussing now?
Forest.
Yes, very good. It is about the forest that we are discussing. So if you are rich with the forest resources, then naturally the country will be very rich in the natural resources, and it can be attained by two aspects. Which are the two aspects by which we can make the country rich in the natural resources? Which are the two things that you have to do to make a country rich in the natural resources? Which are the two things? Yes, list the two things by which you can make the country rich with the natural resources. Which are the two things? The name of the chapter itself. What is the name? Yes, what are the two things here? Yes, what are the two things? Sustainable management of the natural resources, and another one is? What is the another one? Yes, what is the another one? Conservation of the natural resources. See, today nobody is active in the class. Everybody is silent. Why are you not answering today? Be attentive to the class. So these are the two things by which you can make your country rich, or you can make the natural resources of the forest rich. Okay, this was about the today's class. Anybody any doubt in today's class? Yes, anybody any doubt?
No, ma'am.
No. So have you completed your playbook? Extra holiday you got yesterday? You'll give it on Monday, no? Yes, everybody is ready to give the books on
Yes,
Monday? Monday you have to submit the books along with your class test paper. Okay? Along with your class test paper, keep the test paper inside your book and submit it on Monday. And Shweta, you write your FA paper also and write clearly on it your FA. Shweta, are you there? Shweta, Chankote, where are you?
Yes, ma'am.
You're there now? You write your FA paper also and write above the paper FA. Okay, FA exam. because the class test paper and the FA paper you are going to give along with that notebook. So keep them separately. That means if you want to keep it together, you can keep, just write the heading FA paper and this class test paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Online class test paper and FA exam. Okay, so Monday everybody have to submit. See, I am reminding you. Okay, everybody is ready to submit on Monday now. Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Hello, good morning, students.
Good morning, ma'am.
ಎಲ್ರು ಪದ್ಯ ಬಾಳ್ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ. ಹೋಮ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ನೆಟ್ಟೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಐದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಮಂಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪದ್ಯ 2 ಪ್ಯಾರ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಬಾಹೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿತ್ತು. ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಒಂದೇ ಪ್ಯಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸರಿ, ಅದನ್ನಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಿರಿ. ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ಬಾಹೆಟ? ಹೇಳಿತ್ತು ಬಾಹೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ನಾನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಅವಧಿಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಪಾಠ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪದ್ಯನೇ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಯಾಕಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬರೀ ನಾನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಓದೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ವರ್ಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿತ್ತು. ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರಾಗೆ? ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ. ನೆಟ್ಟೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಐದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಮಂಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪದ್ಯದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪ್ಯಾರ 2 ಬಾಹೆಟ್ಕದಾವು. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪ್ಯಾರ ಬಾಹೆಟ್ಕದಾವು. ಹೇಳ್ರಿ
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ನಾ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ.
ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್.
ಎಂದೊಡ ಅರ್ಜುನ ನಗುತ್ತಾ ರಥವನ್ ಮುಂದೆ 4 ನೂಕಲು ಕೊಂದನಿ ಸಾರಥಿ ಎನ್ನುತ್ತಾ ಸನ್ವರಿಸಿ ಮುಂಜರಗ ಬಂದ ಮೆಲ್ಲನೆ ರಥದ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಂದು ಧುಮುಕಿದನೆಂದು ಬದುಕಿದೆನೆಂದು ನಿಟ್ಟೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾದರು ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಮಂಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ.
ಸರಿ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್. ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು. ಟೈಮ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ? ನಾನು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಅವಧಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಹೋಗಿನಿ. ನಾ ಇನ್ನೂ 3-4 ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬರೀ ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು 2 ಪದ್ಯ ಅದಾವು, 1 ಪಾಠ, 1-2 ಪೂರಕ ಪಾಠ ಅದಾವು. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೀವು ಓದ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಕೇಳಿನೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿತಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ.
ಎಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿನಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಓದ್ಬೇಕು. ಓದಿ ನಾನು ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ಬರೋದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ರೆಡಿಯಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನೀನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಆದಿತ್ಯ ಹೇಳು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳು. ಬಾಹೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಿರ್ತದ. ಹೇಳು.
ಕಡೆಗೆ ಹಾಯುವ ಕಂಗಳಿವಲ ಗಡ್ಡಲ ಮನ ಮೀಸಾಡಲಾರದು ಒಡಲು ಮಿಡಿದಿರಲೇನು ಕಾಣಲು ಬಾರದವ ಒಡವಿದೆದು ಮಹೋರವನಿದ ರೂಢನೆ ಕಾದುವನಾವತನೆ ಮೃಡನ ಶಿವ ಕಾದಿ ಗೆಲಿದೆವು ಬಲಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಯಂದ.
ಸರಿ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್. ಹೇಳಕ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು. ವೈಷ್ಣವಿ, ನೀನು ಮೊನ್ನೆನೂ ಪದ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ, ವಚನ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಿರ ನೀನು ವಚನ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಓದ್ಬೇಕು. ಓದಿ ನಾನು ಮುಂದೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡು ವೈಷ್ಣವಿ. ಬಾಯ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅರುಣ್ ಪೋದ್ದಾರ್ ಹೇಳು. ಅರುಣ್ ಪದ್ಯ ಹೇಳು. ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಗೌಡ ಪಾಟೀಲ್. ಹಾ ಹೇಳು ಪದ್ಯ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡು.
ಕಡೆಗೆ ಹಾಯುವ ಕಂಗಳಿ ಬಲ ಗಡಲ ಮನ ಸಡಲಾರದು ಒಡಲು ಹಿಡಿದರೆ ಕಾಣಲು ಬಾರದು ಪೊಡವಿ ಇದ್ದದು ಮೊಹರವನಿದ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆಯೋ ಬಲಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ.
ಸರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಲಗಡಲ ಅಂತ ಅದು ಕೂಡ್ಸೋದ್ರಿ. ಕಡೆಗೆ ಹಾಯುವ ಕಂಗಳಿ ಬಲಗಡಲ, ಬಲಗಡಲ ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ್ಸೋದ್ರಿ. ಮನ ವಿಸಾಡಲಾರದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಪೊಡಲು ಹಿಡಿದಿರಲೇನ್ ಕಾಣಲು ಬಾರದ ಅದ್ಭುತವ, ಪೊಡವಿ ಈದುದೋ ಮೋಹರವ ಇದರೊಡನೆ. ನೀ ಅದಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀದೊಳಗಿಂದ ಈ ಎದ್ರಾಗ ದಗ್ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಮೋಹರವ ನೀದೊಳಗಿಂದ ಈ ಇದರೊಡನೆ ಕಾದುವ ನಾಥನೆ, ಕಾದುವ ಆತನೇ ಮೃಡನು ಶಿವ ಶಿವ ಕಾದಿಗೆಲ್ಲಿದೆವು ಬಲಕ್ಕೆ ನಮೋ ಎಂದ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಉಚ್ಚಾರ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ಪದ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಐಶ್ವರ್ಯ ಪಾಟೀಲ್. ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಐಶ್ವರ್ಯ ಹೇಳು. ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ, ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ? ಬಾಯ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ರು. ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರೇನಿಲ್ಲೋ? ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾ ಬೇರೆ ವಿಷಯ ಆದ್ರೂ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇದು ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ನಾನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಮ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ. ಟೈಮ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ನಾನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಲೆಸನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ. ಪದ್ಯ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಓದಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದಿಬ್ಬರು 3 ಜನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಹೇಳ್ತೀರ ಮುಂದಿನ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲು? ಹಲೋ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಪದ್ಯ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರ ಮುಂದಿನ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲು? ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೂಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಪದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ನಾನು? ನಾಳೆ ಆದ್ರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ? ಇವತ್ತು ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಿನ ಟೈಮ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ನಾಳೆ ಎಲ್ರು 1 by 1 ಎಲ್ರು ಪದ್ಯ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾಳೆ ಆದ್ರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪದ್ಯ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರುವಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪದ್ಯ ತೆಗೀರಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪದ್ಯ ಯಾವ್ದಿದೆ? ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರುವಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಯಾಕಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಬೇಕಂತ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ, ನೀವು ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಜನ ಸಮಯ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಓದ್ಕೊಡಿ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾಳೆ ನನ್ನ ಮುಂದೆ ಆ ಪದ್ಯ ಬಹಾರಟಾಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಈಗ ಕನ್ನಡ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರೋ ಪದ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನು?
ಇಲ್ರಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರುವಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪದ್ಯ ತೆಗಿರಿ. ಸದ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು. ಸದ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು?
ಶಬ್ದ.
ಶಬ್ದ. ಸದ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಶಬ್ದ ಅಥವಾ ಸೌಂಡ್, ಧ್ವನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಶಬ್ದ, ಧ್ವನಿ ಧ್ವನಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಒಲಿಯೋದು, ಹೇಳೋದು, ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಕೂಗೋದು, ಮಾತನಾಡುವುದು ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಸದ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರ. ಹೌದಾ? ಮಾಡದಿರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ. ಮಾಡದಿರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ. ನಿಷೇಧಾರ್ಥಕ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದ ಮಾಡದಿರು, ಕೇಳದಿರು, ಹೇಳದಿರು, ಮಾಡೇನು, ತಿನ್ನೆನು, ನೋಡನು, ಕೇಳನು, ಕುಣಿಯನು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಷೇಧಾರ್ಥಕ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದಗಳು. ನೀವು ಈ ಪದ್ಯ ಯಾರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ನೀವ್ಯಾರು ಪದ್ಯ ಕೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಎಂಥ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದ? ಪದ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಷೇಧ ಭಾವ, ನಿಷೇಧಾರ್ಥಕ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದ. ಹೇಳರು, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಪದ್ಯ ಹೇಳರು. ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ಸರಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಇದು? ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಪದ್ಯ ಹೇಳರು, ನಿಷೇಧಾರ್ಥಕ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದ. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡರು, ತಿನ್ನನು, ನೋಡನು, ಕೇಳರು, ಮಾಡರು, ಹೇಳರು, ಮಾಡದಿರುವುದು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಷೇಧ ಭಾವ. ಆ ಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭಾವ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾವಲ್ಲ, ಅಂಥವು ನಿಷೇಧಾರ್ಥಕ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದಗಳು ಅಂತ. ಇವತ್ತು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ನಿಷೇಧಾರ್ಥಕ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರಿ. ಯಾರು ಪದ್ಯ ಬಾಹಾಟ ಮಾಡಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಪದ್ಯ ಬಾಹಾಟ ಮಾಡರು, ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಕೇಳರು. ಇದು ಯಾವ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದ? ನಿಷೇಧಾರ್ಥಕ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದ. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು, ಮಾಡದಿರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಿಷೇಧಾರ್ಥಕ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಶಬ್ದ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಬೇಡ, ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಬೇಡ, ಧ್ವನಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು, ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ. ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅಂತೀವಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಶಾಂತ ಕೂಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ಶಬ್ದ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು, ಇದು ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆಯ ಅರ್ಥ, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು ಅಂತ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಪದ್ಯವನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕವಿ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ CPK ಅಂತ. ಕವಿ ಯಾರು? CPK ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಈ ಪದ್ಯ ಬರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕವಿಗಳು. ನೋಡಿ, CPK ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಕವಿಗಳು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು CPK ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇದೇನಿದು ಕಾವ್ಯನಾಮ ಅಂತ. CPK ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಏನಿದು ಕಾವ್ಯನಾಮ. CPK ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾವ್ಯನಾಮದಿಂದ ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕನಾಯಕನಹಳ್ಳಿ ಪುಟ್ಟೇಗೌಡ ಕೃಷ್ಣಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಹೆಸರೇನು? ಚಿಕ್ಕನಾಯಕಹಳ್ಳಿ ಪುಟ್ಟೇಗೌಡ ಕೃಷ್ಣಕುಮಾರ್. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕನಾಯಕನಹಳ್ಳಿಯ ಪುಟ್ಟೇಗೌಡ ಕೃಷ್ಣಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥವ ಕವಿಗಳು ಈ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು, ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಬಹುಶಃ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು. ಪದ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ? ನೀವು ಪದ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೇ? ಸೌಂಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ. CPK ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದ? ಪದ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದ, ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ CPK ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವ್ ಯಾರು ಸೌಂಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಲ್ರಿ ಅಂತೀರೇನು? ಇದು ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಧ್ವನಿ ಶಬ್ದವನ್ನ ಮಾಡದಿರು ಅಂತ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ. ಅದು ಪದ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋಣ, ಸರಿನಾ? ಅವ್ರ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರುವಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪದ್ಯ ಬರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕವಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕನಾಯಕನಹಳ್ಳಿ ಪುಟ್ಟೇಗೌಡ ಕೃಷ್ಣಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು. ಇವರು ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಜನಗರ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಚಿಕ್ಕನಾಯಕನಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಜನಗರ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಚಿಕ್ಕನಾಯಕನಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಜನಿಸಿದ್ರು. 1939 ಇವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ, ಜನಿಸ್ತಾರ. ಇನ್ನ ನಾಗವರ್ಮನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ತೌಲನಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಮರ್ಶಾತ್ಮಕ ಅಧ್ಯಯನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಬಂಧವನ್ನ ಮಂಡಿಸಿ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ PhD ಪದವಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೋತಾರ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾಗವರ್ಮ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಾಹಿತಿ. ಅವನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಒಂದು ವಿಮರ್ಶಾ ಗ್ರಂಥವನ್ನ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ಮಂಡಿಸಿ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಇವರು PhD ಪದವಿಯನ್ನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ, ಪಡಿತಾರ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಾಗವರ್ಮ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಾಹಿತಿ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದದ್ದು ಕೇಳಿರಿ ನೀವು. ಆಗ ನಾಗವರ್ಮ ರಚಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಅಂತ, ನಾಗವರ್ಮನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ತೌಲನಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಮರ್ಶಾತ್ಮಕ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ, ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸರಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸರಿಯಾದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಅದರ ಲೋಪದೋಷಗಳಿದೆ ಲೋಪದೋಷಗಳದಾವ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಸಜೆಷನ್ ಕೊಡೋದು. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಿಮರ್ಶಾ ಗ್ರಂಥವನ್ನ ಮಂಡಿಸಿ ಒಂದು PhD ಪದವಿಯನ್ನ ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾರ. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ದಶೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ತಮ್ಮ ಕವನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ BM-ಶ್ರೀ ಮತ್ತು ರಜತೋತ್ಸವ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಪದಕವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ರು. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾಗಿ ಕವನ ಬರೆದಿದ್ರು.
CPK ಅವರು ಚಿಕ್ಕವರಿರುವಾಗ ಕವನವನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ರು. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ PM ಶ್ರೀ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿತ್ತು. ಇನ್ನ ಅವರ ರಜತೋತ್ಸವ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಪದಕವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ BM ಶ್ರೀ ಅವರ ರಜತೋತ್ಸವ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಪದಕ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, PM ಶ್ರೀ ಅವರ ರಜತೋತ್ಸವ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಪದಕ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇವರು ಚಿಕ್ಕವರಿರುವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಕವನ ರಚಿಸಿದಕ್ಕ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿತ್ತು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಳೆಯುವ ಸಿರಿ ಮೊಳಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ, ಬೆಳೆಯುವ ಸಿರಿ ಮೊಳಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣು ಎಂಬಂತೇಳಿ ಚಿಕ್ಕವರಿರುವಾಗಲೇ ಇವರು ಒಂದು ಕಾವ್ಯ ರಚನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮನ್ನು ತಾವು ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇವರು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನ ಇವರು ಬರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೃತಿಗಳು ತಾರಾಸುಖ ಇವರ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಕವನ. ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲು ರಚಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು? ತಾರಾಸುಖ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ತಾರಾಸುಖ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಒಂದು ಇದು ಕವನ ಸಂಕಲನ ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ತಾರಾಸುಖ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರುವಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪದ್ಯ ಇದರಿಂದ ಆರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೊಗಸೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕವನ ಸಂಕಲನದಿಂದ, ಬೊಗಸೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕವನ ಸಂಕಲನದಿಂದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರುವಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪದ್ಯವನ್ನ ಆರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗ್ಯದ. ಇನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಬರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಇತರ ಗ್ರಂಥಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಇನ್ನ ಅನಂತ ಪೃಥ್ವಿ, ಬೊಗಸೆ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಚತುರ್ಮುಖ, ಕಾವ್ಯಾರಾಧನಾ, ಜನಪದ ಪ್ರತಿಭೆ, ಪರಿಭಾವನೆ, ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ತತ್ವಗಳು, ಪಾಶ್ಚಾತ್ಯ ಕಾವ್ಯ ಚಿಂತನ, ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಗಾನಂದ, ಕನ್ನಡ ರತ್ನಾವಳಿ ಮುಂತಾದ ಸುಮಾರು 300ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೃತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ರಚಿಸಿದ್ರು. 300ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೃತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ರಚಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಾಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ. 300ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೃತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಇವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ರಚಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮಹಾಸಾಧಕ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧ ಸಾಹಿತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಇವರ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದ ಒಂದು ಬಹುಮುಖ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯಾಗಿ ಸಂದ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಇವರಿಗೆ ದೊರೆತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಸವ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕದ, ವಿದ್ವತ್ ಶಿರೋಮಣಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಿಕ್ಕದ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹನಿಗವನ ಹರಿಕಾರ ಕರೆದ್ರು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಸಿಕ್ತು, ಜಾನಪದ ತಜ್ಞ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಸಿಕ್ತು, ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಕೂಡ ಸಿಕ್ತು, ಚುಟುಕು ರತ್ನ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಹೀಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳು ಇವರ ಒಂದು ಮುಡಿಗೇರಿವೆ ಅಥವಾ ಇವರು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು. 2011ರಲ್ಲಿ ಗಂಗಾವತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದ 78ನೇ ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಾಗಿದ್ರು, ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿದ್ರು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗಂಗಾವತಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ 2011ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಎಷ್ಟನೇದು 88ನೇ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ. 88ನೇ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಾರ. ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರ್ತಾವೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 88ನೇ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಈ CPK ಅವರನ್ನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕರೆಸಲಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇವರ ಒಂದು ಬೊಗಸೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೃತಿಯಿಂದ ಈ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪದ್ಯವನ್ನ ಆರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಶಬ್ದದ ಅರ್ಥ ಸದ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ, ಶಬ್ದ ಅಂತ. ಮಾಡದಿರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಅರ್ಥ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿರಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡುವುದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಇದು ಶಬ್ದದ ಅರ್ಥ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರೋದು ಶಬ್ದ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಬೇಡ, ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಬೇಡ, ಶಬ್ದ ಅರ್ಥ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರ ನಿಜವಾದ ಒಂದು ವಿವರವಾದ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರ ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸಿದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರ ನಾವು ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು ಬೇಡ, ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು ಬೇಡ, ಅಥವಾ ನಾವಿಂತ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ತೋರ್ಪಡಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು ಬೇಡ, ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮಿಂದಲೇ ಇಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳು ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಧ್ವನಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೂಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇದರ ಒಂದು ಮೇನ ಅರ್ಥ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರುವುದ್ರ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಶಾಂತತೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೇ ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ಕೋಬಾರ್ದು, ಹೆಸರಿನ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮೆಚ್ಚಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಪದೇ ಪ್ರಶಂಸಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ಹೊಗಳಿಕೊಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ. ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಕೋಬಾರ್ದು. ನಾವೇ ಜಾಣಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಾವೇ ನೀಟಾಗಿ ಬರಿತೀವಿ, ನಾವೇ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಬಂದೀವಿ, ನಾವೇ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೇ ಉಪಯುಕ್ತ ಆಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಯಾರ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಪದ್ಯವನ್ನು CPK ಅವರು ರಚಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು ಅಂದ್ರ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಈ ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಶಾಖವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೇನು? ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೇನು? ನಾನೇ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು, ನಾನೇ ಬೆಳಕು ನಾನೇ ಶಾಖ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು, ನಿಮಗೆ ನಾನೇ ಶಾಖ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮೈಕ್ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೇನು? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಡ್ತಾನ. ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಒಂದು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಬೆಳಕು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ತನ್ನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ತಾನು ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ನಾನು ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತ ಎಂದೂ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. CPK ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಾನ ಅವನು. ಯಾರು? ಸೂರ್ಯ. CPK ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡೋದಿರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಆಯ್ತು ಎಸ್ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ, ನಾನೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತ ಎಂದೂ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗಿಡಗಳು ರುಚಿಯಾದ ಹಣ್ಣುಗಳು ಕೊಡ್ತಾವ ಅಥವಾ ಆಮ್ಲಜನಕ ಕೊಡ್ತಾವ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಆಮ್ಲಜನಕ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಗಿಡ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತೈತಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಾನೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತದೇನು? ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕ? ಗಿಡ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ? ಅದು CPK ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ. CPK ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು ಅಂತ. ಆಮ್ಲಜನಕ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿತು, ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡಿತು, ಆದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಮರ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ? ಅದು CPK ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತು ಕೇಳಿದೆ. ಅವ್ರೇನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು? CPK ಅವರು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅದನ್ನಾದ್ರೂ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ.
ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು.
ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಅದು ಚಾಚು ತಪ್ಪದೆ ಮರ ಕೇಳಿತ್ತು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಾವ್ ಯಾರು ಈ ನಿಸರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಕೊಡದೇ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಮರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ನಾವೆಂತ ಮೇಧಾವಿಗಳಿರ್ಬಹುದು, ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರಿರ್ಬಹುದು, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳಿರ್ಬಹುದು, ಬುದ್ಧಿಜೀವಿಗಳಿರ್ಬಹುದು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ಜೀವಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವ್ ಯಾರು ಅಂತಹ ಅಮೂಲ್ಯವಾದ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಮರ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಈ ಜೀವಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಮೂಲ್ಯವಾದ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಅದು ಎಂದೂ ನಾನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿತು ಮರ. ತಿಳಿತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಶಬ್ದದ ಅರ್ಥ ತಿಳಿತಾ? ಅಥವಾ ಪದ್ಯದ ಮೇನ್ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಹೀಗೆ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. CPK ಅವರು ಇದನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. CPK ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಯವನ್ನ ರಚಿಸಿರು. ಅದು ಪದ್ಯ ಏನು? ಒಂದು 8 ಲೈನಿನ ಪದ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅರ್ಥಗರ್ಭಿತ, ಬಹಳ ವಿಶಾಲದ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅವರು. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. 8-10 ಸಾಲುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 100 ಸಾಲಿನ ಅರ್ಥ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಒಂದು ಏನಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೊಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವೊಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕೆಲಸ ಯಾವ ಲೆಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ತೃಣಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮಾನವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಘನಂದಾರಿ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತೀವಿ, ಬಿಂಬಿಸ್ಕೋತೀವಿ, ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತೀವಿ. ಅದೇನ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಆಗಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾರ್ಯ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗನಂಧಾರಿ ಕಾರ್ಯ ನನ್ನಿಂದ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೋತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಒಂದು ಮೂರ್ಖತನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು CPK ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು. ನಿಸರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೆಷ್ಟೋ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಅಥವಾ ನಿಸರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅದೆಷ್ಟೋ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಸಂಪತ್ತು ಏನೇನೋ ಕೊಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಎಂದೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನೋಡಿ ಕಲಿತುಕೋ ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ, ನೀನು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡುವುದು ಬೇಡ, ನೀನು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ವಿಶಾಲ ಅರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡುವುದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡುವುದು. ತಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ, ಅದು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಕಿರು ಪದ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ 8-10 ಸಾಲಿನ ಪದ್ಯ ಅದ. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು, ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಬೇಡ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಪದ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋಣ ಏನಿದೆ, ಯಾವ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು CPK ಅವರು ನೋಡೋಣ. ಇದು ಪದ್ಯದ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಆಡಂಬರ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಇವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಜನ ಮನಸೋಲಬಹುದು. ಇದು ಜನ ಸೋಲುವುದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನಮಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಂಬರಕ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನಕ್ಕೆ ಜನರು ಮನಸೋತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರ ಬದುಕು ಆಡಂಬರ ಬದುಕು. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ತಾವು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದನ್ನ ತಾವು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯ, ಒಂದು ಮೇಕಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ, ಅಥವಾ ತಾವು ಬರೆಯತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ತಾವು ಓದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ತಾವು ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ದೇಣಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಂಬರ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು. ಅದನ್ನು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ CPK ಅವರು. ಇವತ್ತು ಆಡಂಬರಕ್ಕೆ ಜನ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಸೋತ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಹೆಸರು ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಇವುಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯುವುದೇ ಜೀವನದ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ್ಯವೆಂದು ಭಾವಿಸಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಹೆಸರು ಮಾಡುವುದು, ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಪಡೆಯುವುದೇ ಜೀವನ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊತೀವಿ. ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಬದುಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ ಜೀವನ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡ್ಲಾರ್ದೇನೆ ನಮ್ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋದು, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರೋದು. ಅವರು ಒಬ್ಬ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಯೋಗಿಯ ಸಮಾನನೇ, ತಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಜನ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಪಡೆಯೋದು, ಹೆಸರು ಪಡೆಯೋದು, ದೊಡ್ಡಸ್ತನಿಕೆ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದೇ ಇದು ಜೀವನ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗ್ತದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಭಾವಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಾರಷ್ಟೇ. ಅದು ಅವ್ರ ಮೂರ್ಖತನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾರು, ನಾನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತೆ TPK ಅವರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಆ ಹೆಸರು ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಅದು ದೊಡ್ಡಸ್ತನಿಕೆ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದೇ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಾರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಹುದು, ಜನ ಒಂದು ಬಾಂಬ್ ತಂದು ಹಾಕ್ಬಹುದು. TPK ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಬಾಳಿಗೆ ಆಧಾರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ, ನಾವು ನಿಸರ್ಗವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬದುಕಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಬಾಳಿಗೆ ಆಧಾರ ಸ್ತಂಭ ಯಾವುದು? ನಿಸರ್ಗ, ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಾನ್ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಒಂದು ಮರ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಈ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಣಗಳು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೆಣಗಳಾಗಿ ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಹೆಣ ಆಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮರ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಕೊಡುವುದು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಹೆಣ ಆಗಿ ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸಂಶಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ, ಈ ನಿಸರ್ಗ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲರ ಬಾಳಿಗೂ ಆಧಾರ ಸ್ತಂಭ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನೀರು ಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗಾಳಿ ಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆಹಾರ ಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೇಕು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ? ಯಾರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ನೀವೇ? ಯಾರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ?
ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ.
ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಸರ್ಗವನ್ನೇ ದೇವರಂತ ಪೂಜಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಒಂದು ನಾಗರಿಕತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ನೀವು, ನದಿಯನ್ನು ಪೂಜಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಮರವನ್ನು ಪೂಜಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಸೂರ್ಯ ಚಂದ್ರನನ್ನು ಪೂಜಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಯಾಕಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಜೀವಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಬದುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಧಾರ ಸ್ತಂಭ ಈ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ, ಈ ನಿಸರ್ಗ. ಆ ನಿಸರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಜೀವಿಗಳನ್ನು ಬದುಕಿಸುವ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಅದ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಆ ನಿಸರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ದೇವರ ಅಂತ ಪೂಜಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಆಧಾರ ಸ್ತಂಭ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ. ಆದ್ರ ಆ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ತಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತವೆ? ಶಾಂತತೆಯಿಂದ, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ನಿಸರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವಸ್ತು ತನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತದ. ಮರ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತದ, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನದಿ ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ತದ, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೂರ್ಯ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡ್ತಾನ, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಭೂಮಿ ಬೆಳೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆದು ಕೊಡ್ತದ, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಭೂಮಿ ನಮಗೆ ತಿನ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಹಾರವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತದ, ಅದು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೀಗೆ ನಿಸರ್ಗದ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಅಂಶಗಳು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ತಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸುತ್ತವೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ತನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಯಾವ ಶಬ್ದ ಗದ್ದಲವಿಲ್ಲದೆ ನಿಸರ್ಗ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತದ. ಇನ್ನು ಆಕಾಶದ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರಗಳು ಮಿನುಗ್ತಾವ, ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವೇನು? ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಿನುಗುವಂತಹ ಚಿನ್ನ ಅಥವಾ ಹರಳಿನ ಉಂಗುರ ಧರಿಸಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ನೋಡ್ ನಾನು ಉಂಗುರ ಎಷ್ಟಂದ, ನೋಡು ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಿಂಚುತ್ತದೆ. ಇಂಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿನೇ ನನ್ನಂತ ಮಿಂಚುವಂತಹ ರಿಂಗ್ ಯಾರ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ನಾವು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಮಿನುಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಮಿನುಗುವಿಕೆಗೆ ಯಾವ ಮಿನುಗುವಿಕೆಯೂ ಸರಿಸಾಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇ ಬಹಳ ಪ್ರಕಾಶಮಾನವಾಗಿ ಮಿನುಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದು ಜಂಬ ಕೊಚ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೂಗೊಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೂಪಿದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಬಣ್ಣ ಬೆಳಗಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸುಂದರ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ ಏನ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡಪ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಏನ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನೋಡ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದಕ್ಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ಎಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷಣ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ರಾತ್ರಿ ಆ ತಾರೆಗಳಿಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕಾಶಮಾನ ಅಥವಾ ಮಿನುಗುವಿಕೆ, ಆ ತಾರೆಗಳ ಒಂದು ಸೌಂದರ್ಯವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನೇ ಸುಂದರ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ಬದುಕುತ್ತದೆ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನು ಕಾಮನ ಬಿಲ್ಲು ಗೋಚರಿಸ್ತದ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ತಾನೇ ಕಾಮನ ಬಿಲ್ಲು ಗೋಚರಿಸಿತ್ತು ನೋಡಿರಿ. ಒಂದು ವಾರದ ಒಂದು 8-10 ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಬಾರಿ ಕಾಮನ ಬಿಲ್ಲು ಗೋಚರಿಸಿತ್ತು. ಎಂಥ ಬಣ್ಣ, ಏನು ಬಣ್ಣ! ಆ 7 ಬಣ್ಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಬಣ್ಣ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಆ ಬಣ್ಣ ಪಡೆದವರು ಯಾರು? ಆಕಾಶಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಬಣ್ಣ ಬಹಳ ಚಂದ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡದೇನು? ಕಾಮನ ಬಿಲ್ಲು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ಆಕಾಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಮೂಡಿ ನಿಂತು ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಮೂಡಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ನಿಂತು ಬಿಡ್ತು. ಏನು ಬಣ್ಣ, ಏನು ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ! ಆಕಾಶಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಆ ಬಣ್ಣ ಬಳೆದವರಾರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸೌಂದರ್ಯತೆ ಎಂಥದ್ದು! ಆದ್ರದು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ಆಕಾಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಮೂಡಿಬಿಡ್ತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಕಾಮನ ಬಿಲ್ಲಾಯ್ತು. ಇನ್ನ ಪುಷ್ಪಗಳು ಪರಿಮಳ ಸೂಸ್ತಾವ, ಹೂ ಅರಳ್ತಾವ. ಎಂಥ ವಾಸನೆ ರೀ! ನೀವು ಯಾವ ಕಾರ್ಖಾನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಯಾರಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸುಗಂಧ ಭರಿತವಾದ ತೈಲ, ಸೇಂಟ್ ಅಂತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅತ್ತಾರೆಣ್ಣೆ ಅಂತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಮೀರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಾಸನೆ ಹೂವಿನಲ್ಲಿರ್ತದೆ. ಯಾರ ವಾಸನೆಯನ್ನು ತುಂಬಿದವರು? ಎಂಥ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಸ್ಮೆಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತದ ಹೂವು. ಎಂಥ ವಾಸನೆ, ಎಂಥ ಸುಂದರತೆ! ಅದು ಎಂದೂ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನೇ ನೀನು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ವಾಸನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿನಿ ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ. ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತದೇನು? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅರಳುತ್ತದೆ, ಸುವಾಸನೆಯನ್ನು ಸೂಸ್ತದೆ, ಆನಂದವನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಉಪಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಂತೋಷ ಪಡ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಹೂವಿಗೆ ವಾಸನೆಗೆ ಬೆಲೆ ಕಟ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ಎಂತ ಫೇಮಸ್ ಒಬ್ಬ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿ ಅದಾನಂದ್ರ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ವಾಸನೆಯನ್ನು ತಯಾರಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಿಸರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಎಂತ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷಣ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಆ ಹೂವಿನಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಾಸನೆ ಎಂಥದ್ದು? ಅದು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ವಾಸನೆ ಕೊಡ್ತದಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಅದ್ರ ಕಾರ್ಯ, ಅದು ಅದ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ. ಅರಳಬೇಕು, ವಾಸನೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ. ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ತನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತದ ಹೂವು. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಕವಿಗಳಿಗೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಯಿಗಳು ಮಾಗಿ ರಸಭರಿತ ಹಣ್ಣು ಆಗುವುದು, ಇಂತಹ ನೂರಾರು ಅದ್ಭುತಗಳು ನಿಸರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿವೆ. ಕಾಯಿ ಆಗ್ತದ, ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಾಯಿ ಆಗ್ತದ, ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗ್ತದ, ಹಣ್ಣಾಗ್ತದ. ನೀವು ತಿಂತೀರಿ ಹಣ್ಣುಗಳ, ಬಾಳೆಹಣ್ಣು, ಸೇಬು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೂರಾರು ಹಣ್ಣುಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಂತೀರಿ. ಎಂಥ ರುಚಿ ಅದ. ತಿನ್ನುವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತದೇನು, ಏ ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ, ನನ್ನಂಥ ರುಚಿ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ, ನೋಡು ನೋಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತದೇನು? ನನ್ನ ರುಚಿಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ನನಗೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಅಥವಾ ನನಗೊಂದು ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತದೇನು? ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವ ಬಹುಮಾನಕ್ಕೂ ಅದು ಆಸೆ ಪಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ ಹೊಗಳಿಕೂ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಣ್ಣು ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ರುಚಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ನೀನ್ ತಿನ್ನು, ನನ್ನ ಬದುಕು ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ತನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತದ ಹಣ್ಣು. ಯಾವ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಪಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಯಾವ ಬಿರುದು, ಯಾರು ಹೊಗಳಲಿ, ನನಗೆ ಚಂದಲ್ಲಿ, ರುಚಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾವುದು ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಪಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಸರ್ಗದ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು, ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ ನೀನು ಕಲಿತುಕೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ CPK ಅವರು. ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಅದು ಹಣ್ಣು ಕೊಡ್ತು, ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಪಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೀಗೆ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿರ್ತಾವ ಈ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಘಟನೆಗಳು. ಅವು ಎಂದಿಗೂ ತಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ, ತಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವ್ ಹಾಗಲ್ಲ, ನಾವ್ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತೀವಿ. ನಾನ್ ಪೆನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಹುಡುಗ ಪಾಸ್ ಆದ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಮ್ ಪೆನ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡದು. ಆ ಹೂವಿನ ವಾಸನೆಯ ಮುಂದೆ, ಹಣ್ಣಿನ ಮುಂದೆ, ಮರದ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಮುಂದೆ, ಸೂರ್ಯನ ಬೆಳಕಿನ ಆ ಒಂದು ಬೆಲೆಯ ಮುಂದೆ ನಾವು ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಪೆನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತೀವಿ ನಾವು? 1000 ಜನರ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತೀವಿ. ಆದಿತ್ಯಗೆ ನಾನೇ ಪೆನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹುಡುಗ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ರಿ. ಆದಿತ್ಯಗೆ ನಾನೇ ಪೆನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ, ಅವನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಬಂದ. ಅವ್ನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರದ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಬಂದ. ಅವ್ನು ಓದಿದಕ್ಕೆ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಬರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರು ಪೆನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ನು ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಬಂದ. ಹೀಗೆ ನಾವ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತೀವಿ. ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಜಂಬ ಕೊಚ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ, ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ಕೋತೀವಿ, ಬಣ್ಣಿಸ್ಕೋತೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೇನ್ ಡಿಕ್ಷನರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪದಗಳೇ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಹಾಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ದೇಣಿಗೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಬಣ್ಣಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಹೊಗಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ CPK ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡೋದಿರು. ಆ ಮರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಮುಂದೆ ನಮ್ದು ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಯಾವ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಲೆಕ್ಕ? ಯಾವ ಲೆಕ್ಕ? ನೀವೇ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಸೂರ್ಯ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬೆಳಕಿನ ಮುಂದೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ವಸ್ತು ಯಾವ ಲೆಕ್ಕ? ಯಾವುದು ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಮರ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಣ್ಣಿನ ಮುಂದೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಹೂ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಾಸನೆಯ ಬೆಲೆಯ ಮುಂದೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸೇವೆ ಅಥವಾ ದೇಣಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಯಾವ ಲೆಕ್ಕ? ಯಾವುದು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದು ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೂ ಅದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಣ್ಣದೇ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಬಿಂಬಿಸ್ಕೋತೀವಿ, ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತೀವಿ? ದೊಡ್ಡದು. ನಾವು ಪೆನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಂತಹ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೇಣಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೂರ್ಖತನದ ಪರಮಾವಧಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರ? ನಾನಲ್ಲ, CPK ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು, ಹೇಳ್ಕೋಬೇಡ. ನಿನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನೀನು ಮಾಡಿ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರು. ಮರ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ಹಣ್ಣು ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಎಂದು, ಹೂ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಸುವಾಸನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಎಂದು, ಮರ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಎಂದು, ನದಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ನೀರು ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಭೂಮಿ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ನೀನು ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಹಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ನಾನೇ ಎಂದು. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನೀನು ಕಲಿತುಕೋ. ಏನನ್ನ ಕಲಿತುಕೋ? ಮೌನಿಯಾಗು, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದಿರು, ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಇರು. ನಿನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನೀನು ಮಾಡು, ಆದ್ರೆ ಸದ್ದು ಗದ್ದಲವಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಬದುಕು ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನ CPK ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಒಂದು ಮಾರ್ಮಿಕವಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ, ಆದರೆ ಮಾನವ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿ ತನ್ನಿಂದಲೇ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ. ನಾನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳದಲ್ಲ, ಸಣ್ಣ ಕೆಲಸ ಅದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಸಣ್ಣ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಾವು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೆಲಸ ನನ್ನಿಂದಲೇ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೂ ಆ ನಿಸರ್ಗದ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೂ ಟ್ಯಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿದರೆ, ನಿಸರ್ಗದ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಅಥವಾ ನಿಸರ್ಗದ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಏನು ಅಂಶಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಮುಂದೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ, ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ದೇಣಿಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಬುದ್ಧಿಮತ್ತೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಹಳ ಸಿಲ್ಲಿ, ಬಹಳ ಸಣ್ಣದು. ತೃಣಕ್ಕೂ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ನಮ್ಮದು ಯಾವ ಲೆಕ್ಕನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ ಆ ನಿಸರ್ಗದ ವಸ್ತುಗಳ ಮುಂದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಿಸರ್ಗ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ಬದುಕುತ್ತದೆ, ತನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಎಂದು ಪ್ರಸಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತೀವಿ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಮಾನವ ತನ್ನ ಅಹಂ ತೊರೆದು ಶಾಂತಿ, ಸಹನೆ, ಪ್ರೀತಿಗಳಿಂದ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮೌನವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿದೆ. ಮನುಷ್ಯನಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಹಂ ಭಾವನೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಮನುಷ್ಯನಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಹಂ ಭಾವನೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಹೋಗುತ್ತನ, ಆ ಅಹಂ ಭಾವನೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತನ ನಾವು ಮನುಷ್ಯರಾಗಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಹಂ ಭಾವನೆ ಹೋಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯರು, ಅಹಂ ಭಾವನೆ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ವರ್ತನೆ ಅದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೆಟ್ಟದಾಗಿ ಇರ್ತದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಮನುಷ್ಯನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಹಂ ಭಾವನೆ ಹೋತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಶಾಂತಿ, ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಸಹನೆಯಿಂದ ಬದುಕ್ತಾನೆ. ಶಾಂತಿ, ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಸಹನೆಯಿಂದ ಬದುಕ್ತಾನ. ನಿಸರ್ಗವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಹಂ ಭಾವನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವೇ ದೂರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ನಾವ್ ಯಾವ ಲೆಕ್ಕನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾವೇನ್ ಅಂಥ ದೊಡ್ಡವ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭಾವ ಯಾವ ವಸ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ನಾವು ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು, ನಿಸರ್ಗವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ನಾವು ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಈ ಪದ್ಯ ಬರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕವಿಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾರೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಪದ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ಬಾಳು, ನಿನ್ನ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ, ಸಪ್ಪಳವನ್ನು ಮಾಡದೆ, ಧ್ವನಿ ಮಾಡದೆ, ನೀನು ನಾನೇ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಎಂದು ಹೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ಳದೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡು, ಬದುಕು, ಬಾಳು, ಜೀವಿಸು. ಬಾಳೆಲವು ಜೀವ, ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಬದುಕು ಜೀವ. ಏ ಜೀವವೇ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಬದುಕು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಸದ್ದು, ಗದ್ದಲ, ಹೆಚ್ಚುಗಾರಿಕೆ, ಆಡಂಬರ, ವೈಭವ, ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಯಾವುದು ಬೇಡ. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ಬದುಕು ಜೀವ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗದ್ದಲದ ಬಿರುದಿರದೆ ಸೇರು ರೇವ, ನಿನ್ನ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ದಡ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ದಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ನೀ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಗದ್ದಲದ ಬಿರುದು ಅಪೇಕ್ಷಿಸದೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಆಡಂಬರ, ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಹೆಚ್ಚುಗಾರಿಕೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಜನರನ್ನು ಹೊಗಳಲಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಬಣ್ಣಸಲಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಯಾವುದೇ ಬಿರುದುಗಳನ್ನು ಬಯಸದೆ ನೀನು ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ದಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಸು, ನಿನ್ನ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ದಡಕ್ಕೆ ತಲುಪಿಸು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರೇವ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಹಡಗು ಸಮುದ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಚರಿಸಿ ಬಂದು ನಿಲ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ರೇವ. ಬಂದು ದಡಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಲ್ತದ, ಸಮುದ್ರದಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸುತ್ತಾಡಿ ದಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ತಲುಪ್ತದ ಹಡಗು. ಆ ರೇವು ಪಟ್ಟಣಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಏನಾಗ್ತದ, ಹಡಗು ನಿಲ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ನಿಲ್ತದ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ನೀನು ಯಾವುದೇ ಗದ್ದಲ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವುದೇ ಶಬ್ದ ಮಾಡದೆ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಬದುಕು, ನಿನ್ನ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಬಿರುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಜನರು ಹೊಗಳಲಿ, ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಬಣ್ಣಿಸ್ಲಿ, ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಬಹುಮಾನ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿ, ನನ್ನನ್ನು ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ಲಿ, ನನ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಪ್ರಶಂಸಿಸಲಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಆಡಂಬರವನ್ನು ಬಯಸದೆ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ದಡಕ್ಕೆ ತಲುಪಿಸು. ಆ ಸಮುದ್ರ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸಮುದ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುತ್ತಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಡಗು ದಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ಸೇರ್ತದಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗೆ ನೀನು ಯಾವುದೇ ಬಿರುದುಗಳನ್ನು ಬಯಸದೆ, ಹೊಗಳಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಬಯಸದೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೀರ್ತಿ, ಒಂದು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ, ಆಡಂಬರ, ಡಂಬಾಚಾರವನ್ನು ಬಯಸದೆ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ದಡಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಟ್ಟಿಸು ಅಂತ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಒಂದು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳದಾವ್ ಈ ಪದ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ. 2 ನಿದರ್ಶನ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ CPK ಅವರು. ತಟ್ಟೆಯಳು ಕರ್ಪೂರ, ಮೌನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರಗುವಳು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಲು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಂತ. ತಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಊಟದ ತಟ್ಟೆ. ವಚನ ಹೇಳುವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿನಲ್ಲ, ತಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಊಟದ ತಟ್ಟೆ. ಆ ತಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕರ್ಪೂರ, ಆ ಕರ್ಪೂರಕ್ಕೆ ದೀಪ ಹಚ್ಚ್ರಿ, ಅದು ಉರಿತದ, ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡ್ತದ. ಒಂದು ತಟ್ಟೆ ಅದ, ಇದೇ ತಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಇದು ತಟ್ಟೆ, ಈ ತಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇನದ, ಕರ್ಪೂರ ಅದ. ಕರ್ಪೂರಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ದೀಪ ಹಚ್ತೀರಿ, ಉರಿತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಉರಿದು ಏನೇನ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತು, ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನ ಓಡಿಸ್ತು, ಬೆಳಕನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತು. ಹೌದಾ, ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನ ಓಡಿಸಿತು, ಬೆಳಕನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಉರಿಯುತ್ತಿರುವಾಗ ಅದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಉರಿತು, ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಉರಿಯಿತು, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ಉರಿಯಿತು. ಉರಿದು ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸಿತು, ಸುತ್ತಲೂ ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿತು. ಆ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡುವುದು, ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸುವುದು ಕರ್ಪೂರದ ಕೆಲಸ, ಕರ್ಪೂರದ ಕಾರ್ಯ. ಅದು ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿತ್ತು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ತಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವ ಕರ್ಪೂರದ ಹಾಗೆ, ಒಲು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾಗೆ, ಒಲು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾಗೆ, ತಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವ ಕರ್ಪೂರದ ಹಾಗೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ ನೀನು ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸು. ಅದು ನೋಡಿ, ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ತನ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿತ್ತು, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ಬೆಳಕನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು, ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸಿತ್ತು, ಉರಿದಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ತನ್ನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ, ತನ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿತ್ತು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಕರ್ಪೂರದ ಹಾಗೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ ನೀನು ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸು. ಮನುಷ್ಯರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವು ಕೆಲಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳಿರ್ತಾವ. ಕರ್ಪೂರದ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು? ಉರಿಯುವುದು, ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸುವುದು ಕರ್ಪೂರದ ಕೆಲಸ. ಅದು ತನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು ತಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟು ದೀಪ ಹಚ್ಚಿದಾಗ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ನಿನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ನೀನು ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಿದರ್ಶನವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಈ ಪಿಕ್ಕೆಯವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ತಟ್ಟೆಯಳು ಕರ್ಪೂರ ಮೌನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರಗೋಲು. ಅದು ಮೌನವಾಗಿ ಕರಗ್ತದೆ, ಮೌನದಿಂದ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಕರಗ್ತದೆ. ಕರಗುವುದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಉರಿತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಉರಿಯುತ್ತಾ ಉರಿಯುತ್ತಾ ಕರಗ್ತದೆ. ಉರಿಯುತ್ತಾ ಉರಿಯುತ್ತಾ ಕರ್ಪೂರ ಕರಿಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ. ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಕರ್ಪೂರವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟು ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ತಟ್ಟೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಡ್ರಿ, ಕರ್ಪೂರ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಡ್ರಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದೀಪ ಹಚ್ಚ್ರಿ, ಅದು ಕರಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ. ಕರಗುವುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುವುದು, ಇಲ್ಲದಾಗುವುದು. ಕರಗ್ತದೆ, ತನ್ನ ದೇಹವನ್ನು ಸುತ್ಕೊಳ್ತದೆ, ಉರಿಯುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕರ್ಪೂರದ ಕಾರ್ಯ, ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ. ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ, ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಹೇಗೆ? ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ, ಮೌನವಾಗಿ, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ತನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತು. ಉರಿಯಿತು, ಕರಗಿತು, ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಟ್ಟು, ಕತ್ತಲೆ ಓಡಿಸಿತು. ಈ ಕರ್ಪೂರದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳು ಹೇಗೆ ನಡೆದವು? ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ, ಸದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ, ಗದ್ದಲವಿಲ್ಲದೆ, ಆಡಂಬರವಿಲ್ಲದೆ, ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನವಿಲ್ಲದೆ, ಬಣ್ಣಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳದೆ ಕರ್ಪೂರ ತನ್ನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸುವಂತೆ ಹೇ ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ ನೀನು ನಿನ್ನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾರು? CPK ಅವರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಉರ್ದು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ದೀಪದೆದುರಿಗೆ ತಿಮಿರ ಸರಿಯುವಂತೆ. ಕರ್ಪೂರದಿಂದ ದೀಪ ಬೆಳಗ್ತು. ಕರ್ಪೂರದಿಂದ ಏನ್ ಬೆಳಗ್ತು? ಒಂದು ದೀಪ ಬೆಳಗ್ತು. ಹೀಗೆ ಕರ್ಪೂರದಿಂದ ದೀಪ ಬೆಳಗ್ತದ. ಆ ದೀಪ ಬೆಳಗಿದಾಗ ತಿಮಿರು. ತಿಮಿರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ತಿಮಿರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕತ್ತಲೆ. ಕತ್ತಲೆ, ತಿಮಿರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕತ್ತಲೆ. ಈ ತಿಮಿರವನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸಿದ್ರು ಯಾರು? ನೀವು ಓಡಿಸಿದ್ರೇನು? ಯಾರು ಓಡಿಸಿದ್ರಿ ತಿಮಿರವನ್ನ, ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನ, ಅಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಮಿರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕತ್ತಲೆ, ತಿಮಿರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಜ್ಞಾನ, ಎರಡು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಈ ತಿಮಿರನ್ನು, ಈ ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಓಡಿಸಿದ್ರು? ಯಾರು ಓಡಿಸಿದ್ರು? ದೀಪ. ಹೌದಾ? ಆ ದೀಪ ತಿಮಿರನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತೇನು? ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡಿತ್ತಾ? ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡಿತ್ತಾ? ಮಾಡಿತ್ತೇನು ಸದ್ದು? ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ದೀಪದ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಏನು? ದೀಪದ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಏನು? ದೀಪದ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು? ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸುವುದು. ಇದು ದೀಪದ ಕೆಲಸ. ಆ ದೀಪ ತನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಅದು ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿತ್ತು, ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನ ಓಡಿಸಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ. ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸುವ ಕಾರ್ಯ ದೀಪ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು. ಬೆಳಕು ನೀಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅದು ಅದರ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನ ಅದು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು? ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿತ್ತು. ದೀಪದ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು? ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡುವುದು. ದೀಪ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡ್ತದಂದ್ರೆ ಅದೇನು ಓಡಿಸಿರ್ತದೆ? ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸಿರ್ತದೆ, ಸುತ್ತಲೂ ಬೆಳಕಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಇದು ದೀಪದ ಕೆಲಸ. ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು? ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿತ್ತು. ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡು ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ, ನೀನು ನಿನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ CPK ಅವರು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ದೀಪದೆದುರಿಗೆ ತಿಮಿರ ಸರಿಯುವಂತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದೀಪ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಕತ್ತಲೆ ದೂರ ಸರಿಯುವಂತೆ ಶಾಂತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬದುಕಿ ನೀ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸು. ಆ ದೀಪದ ಹಾಗೆ ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಬದುಕಿ ನಿನಗೆ ವಹಿಸಿರುವ ಕಾರ್ಯ, ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು, ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನು ನೀನು ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸು ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ. ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಬದುಕಿ ನೀ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸುವಂತೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ CPK ಅವರು? ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಬದುಕಿ ನೀ 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 ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಿಲ್ಲಿ?
ಮನುಷ್ಯ.
ಮನುಷ್ಯ. ನೀ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯ. ಏ ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ, ನೀನು ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಬದುಕಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನೀ ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡು. ಯಾವ ಆಡಂಬರ, ಯಾವ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ, ಯಾವ ಹೆಚ್ಚುಗಾರಿಕೆ, ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ವೈಭವೀಕರಣ ನಿನಗೆ ಬೇಡ. ನಿನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು, ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನು, ನಿನ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ನೀನು ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸು ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ. ನೋಡು ದೀಪ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು ಅದ್ರ ಕಾರ್ಯ? ತಿಮಿರನ್ನ ಓಡಿಸಿತ್ತು, ಅದು ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಓಡಿಸಿತ್ತು. ಹಾಗೆ ನೀನು ನಿನ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡು ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ ಎಂದು CPK ಅವರು ಕೇಳುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೂಗಾಡಿ ಹಾರಾಡಿ ಫಲವದೇನು? ಕೂಗಾಡುವುದರಿಂದ ಹಾರಾಡೋದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಫಲ ಇದೆ? ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಆ ಕೆಲಸ, ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ನನ್ನಿಂದೆ ಆಯ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರಿಂದ ಕೂಗಾಡುವುದರಿಂದ ಹಾರಾಡುವುದರಿಂದ ಯಾವ ಫಲನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ನಿನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ಬಣ್ಣಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ಆ ಒಂದು ಹೊಗಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ಅಥವಾ ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಎಂದು ಅಹಂಭಾವನೆಯಿಂದ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಹೇಳುವುದರಿಂದ ಯಾವ ಫಲನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನೀನು ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವುಗಳಿಗೆ 2 ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬದುಕ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಸ್ತುಗಳಿಗೆ 2 ನಿದರ್ಶನಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಪ್ಪಳ ಮಾಡಿ, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡಿ ಬದುಕುತ್ತಿರುವ 2 ವಸ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಯಾಗಿ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಾರೆ CPK ಅವರು. ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಹಾಗೆ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಬದುಕುತ್ತಿರುವ ಅಥವಾ ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ತಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನು, ತಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವ 2 ವಸ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಯಾಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈ ಸಾಲುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಹಸಿ ಸೌದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಸಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. ಹಸಿ ಸೌದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಸಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ಒಣ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಹಸಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ರಿ ನೀವು, ಹಸಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉರಿಸಿದಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತದಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಹಸಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಗಿಡವನ್ನು ಕತ್ತರಿಸೋದು, ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತರೋದು, ಆ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ತಂದು ಒಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಉರಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಆಗ ಈ ವಿಷಯವಾಗಿ ಅಮ್ಮನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಅಮ್ಮ, ಹಸಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತಂದು ಒಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಉರಿಸಿದಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತದ? ಅದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಉರಿತದೇನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ ಅಮ್ಮ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬಹುದು? ಅದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಉರಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತದ? ಅದು ಹೊಗೆ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸ್ತದ. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಉರಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟಿ ಹೊಗೆ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸ್ತದ. ನಿಮ್ ಕಣ್ಣೆಲ್ಲ ಉರಿಬೇಕು, ಹೊಗೆ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸ್ತದ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದ? ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದ. ಅದು ಸಪ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತದ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬುಸ್ 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 ಅಂತ ಅಥವಾ ಪುಸ್ ಪುಸ್ ಅಂತ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದ. ಹಸಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉರಿಸಿದಾಗ ಹೊಗೆ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸ್ತದ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಉರಿ. ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಹೊಗೆಯಿಂದ. ಅಥವಾ ಹೊಗೆಯಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಾಗ್ತದ? ಇಂಗಾಲದ ಡೈಆಕ್ಸೈಡ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಹೊಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿರ್ತದ? ನೀವು ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಓದಿರಿ, ಇಂಗಾಲದ ಡೈಆಕ್ಸೈಡ್, ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ಅದು ಹೊಗೆ, ಅದು ದೇಹಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಡವಾದದ್ದೇ. ಹೊಗೆ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಉರಿ. ಅಥವಾ ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಕಣ್ಣು ಕಾಣೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಸೌಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ತದ, ಬುಸ್ ಬುಸ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಹೀಗೆ ಆ ಹೊಗೆಯಿಂದ ಯಾವ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಹಸಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತಂದು ಒಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉರಿಸಿದಾಗ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ, ಸರಿನಾ? ಅದು ಮಾಲಿನ್ಯನೂ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದು ಹಸಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಉರಿಸಿದಾಗ ಮಾಲಿನ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ತು, ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಉರಿ ಆಗುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡ್ತು, ಅಡಿಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಡಿಗೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಹತ್ತದ ತಿಂದ್ರೆ ಹೊಗೆ ಹತ್ತದ, ಹೌದಿಲ್ಲ? ಅದು ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ CPK ಅವರ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರ. ಹಸಿ ಸೌದೆ ಬುತ್ತಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ದನಿ ಎತ್ತುವುದಲ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ. ಹಸಿ ಸೌದೆ ಹಸಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಉರಿಸಿದಾಗ ಬುಸುಗುಟ್ಟುತ್ತದ, ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದ, ಹೊಗೆಯನ್ನು ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡ್ತದ, ಧ್ವನಿ ಎತ್ತದ. ಧ್ವನಿ ಎತ್ತುವುದಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಪುಸ್ ಪುಸ್ ಅಂತ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದ. ಧ್ವನಿ ಎತ್ತುವುದಲ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದ, ಧ್ವನಿ ಎತ್ತಿ ಕೇಳುವುದಲ್ಲದೆ ಅದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕರ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಬೇಯಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅನ್ನ ಹೊಗೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಉರಿ, ಪರಿಸರ ಮಾಲಿನ್ಯ, ಅದ್ರಿಂದ ತೊಂದರೆನೇ ಹೆಚ್ಚು. ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತದೆ, ಆದ್ರೂ ಅದರಿಂದ ತೊಂದರೆನೇ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಕಿಡಿಸೋಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಿಡಿದಬ್ಬರಿಸುವುದು. ಒಂದು ಬೆಂಕಿ ತಾಗಿದಾಗ ಕಿಡಿಸೋಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಂಕಿ ತಾಗಿದಾಗ, ಇದು ಒಂದು ಮದ್ದದ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ, ಪಟಾಕ್ಷದ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಪಟಾಕ್ಷದ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಿಡಿಸೋಕೋದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಂಕಿ ತಾಗಿದಾಗ. ಕಿಡಿ ಸೋಕಿದಾಗ ಆ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಮದ್ದಿಗೆ ತಾಗಿದಾಗ ಅದೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದ? ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದ, ಸ್ಫೋಟಗೊಳ್ತದ. ನೀವು ದೀಪಾವಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಪಟಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸಿಡಿಸ್ತೀರಿ, ಸಿಡಿಯುವ ಮತ್ತು ಸಿಡಿಮದ್ದು. ಆ ಸಿಡಿಮದ್ದಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಬೆಂಕಿ ತಾಕಿದಾಗ ಅದು ಸ್ಫೋಟಗೊಳ್ತದ. ಸ್ಫೋಟಗೊಂಡು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದ? ಅದು ಹೊಗೆ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸ್ತೈತಿ, ಪರಿಸರ ಮಾಲಿನ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ತದ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ನಾವು ಅದ್ರ ಸಮೀಪ ಹೋದಿವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸುಡ್ತದ, ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಕಿಡಿ ಸೋಕಿ, ಕಿಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಂಕಿ. ಆ ಬೆಂಕಿ ತಾಗಿದಾಗ ಮದ್ದು, ಸಿಡಿಯುವ ಮದ್ದು ಸ್ಫೋಟಗೊಳ್ಳುವಂತೆ, ಹೊಗೆ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸುವಂತೆ ಧ್ವನಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಒಂದು ಶಬ್ದ ಮಾಲಿನ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ತದ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಧ್ವನಿ ಮಾಡುವುದರಿಂದ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡಿ, ಕಿಡಿ ಸೋಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀದಬ್ಬರಿಪೋದು, ಅದು ಅಬ್ಬರಿಸ್ತದ, ಧ್ವನಿ ಮಾಡ್ತದ, ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದ, ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತದ, ನಾನೇ ದಮ್ಮಂತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಂತಿರದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವುಗಳ ಹಾಗೆ ಇರ್ಲಾರ್ದೇನೆ, ಹಸಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಇರೋದು ಬೇಡ, ಸಿಡಿಯುವ ಮದ್ದಿನ ಹಾಗೆ ಇರೋದು ಬೇಡ, ಅಂತಿರದೆ ಅವುಗಳ ಹಾಗೆ ಇರ್ಲಾರ್ದೇನೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಹೆಂಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ? ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ, ಸದ್ದು ಮಾಡದೆ ರವಿ ಕರಕೆ ಕರಗುವ ಇಬ್ಬನಿ ಹಾಗೆ. ಹಾ ರೀ, ನಿಲೇಶಿರ್ತೇನ್ರಿ. ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಪಾಠ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ, ಇದು ಈ ಪ್ಯಾರ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಸಾಕು, ಇಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಇರ್ಲಿ. ನೀವು CPK ಅವ್ರ ಪರಿಚಯ ಓದ್ಕೊರಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾರದ್ದು ಭಾವಾರ್ಥ ಬರ್ದಿರ್ತೀರಿ ನೋಟ್ಬುಕ್ದಲ್ಲಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾರದ್ದು ಭಾವಾರ್ಥ ಬರ್ರಿ. ಎರಡನೇ ಪ್ಯಾರದ್ದು ನಾನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಈ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪ್ಯಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
Good afternoon.
Sir.
Very good afternoon. Okay. So, last poem, that is eighth poem. Okay. Mending Wall. So, Mending Wall is the last poem for you guys. Okay. Already we have completed in the 9th one and 10th one. So, this poem is written by Robert Frost. Okay. So, this poem is written in 1914. This poem is written in 1914. See, this is a story of about the two rural neighbors. Okay. So, the story of about the two rural neighbors. So, there was the springy season. Both were having their own properties. So, now on that a springy day, both meet near the wall which separates their properties. So now they have created a wall between their properties. Just think that see, so this is one property and this is another. So the wall was built in between of the two properties. Okay. Now what happened? So first we will go for the introduction of about the Robert Frost. So who was Robert Frost? Okay, this is a recital poem. Recital means we can sing it as with a music. Okay, so it is a recital poem. Okay. Now, Robert Frost was an American poet. He was an American poet. Okay, Robert Frost was American poet. He was born on 26th March. Okay, the birth date 26th March 1874, and he was died on 29th January. Okay, 29th January 1963. Okay, he was born in San Francisco. Okay, born in San Francisco. He was born in San Francisco. He is regarded highly for his realistic depiction of rural life and his command of American colloquial speech. His work frequently employs setting from rural life in New England in the early 20th century, using them to examine a complex social and philosophical theme. Okay, see what happens. He was American poet, but almost all he worked in England. Okay, so he first initially started his life as a publisher. Okay, then his works were relating with the rural life. Okay, just it talks about the American colloquial speech. So now, what about the theme of his writing? Just that is the rural life of New England in early 20th century. How people used to live in a 20th century in England. So that was the theme of his writing. So rural life of the people is the theme of his writings. Using them to examine a complex and social philosophical themes. So he used to write the complex, so very difficult or crucial sociological and philosophical things he used to write in his works. He became one of the country's best loved poets. Despite the surface cheerfulness and descriptive accuracy of his poems, he often presents a dark, sober vision of life, and there is a decidedly thoughtful quality of his work. So now he was not only writing about the serious poems, but his poems will give you the idea of about the real life, how a sober vision of life will be. That will be clearly indicated in the in the works of Robert Frost. Okay, now a popular and oft-quoted poet. He was a popular and oft-quoted poet. Frost was honored frequently during his lifetime, receiving 4 Pulitzer Prize for poetry. So this is very, very remarkable. This is the most remarkable thing for any writer. So he owned 4 Pulitzer Awards, not 1 or 2. He owned 4 Pulitzer Awards. Now just think that by hearing this only you can imagine that how great writer he is. Okay. So he owned 4 Pulitzer Prizes. Okay. So this is a very, very, very rare thing for American writers. So Americans were not going to award that. See, that's what the concept unusually we are having. So Americans are not going to award it Pulitzer, but this man, the Americans are going to not awarded laureate. He won the laureate award also. and he also got the 4 Pulitzer Awards. So this is what a clear indication of his greatness of writing. Okay, so Robert Frost written so many works. Some of them were mentioned below of that. The Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening, The Road Not Taken, After Apple Picking. So these all are the poems written by Robert Frost. Okay. So now go for the poem that was Mending Wall. So the word mend means, you know that always it used to break. Okay. So that wall which is present in between that poet's property and his neighbor's property. So now, see, the wall was stood in between the poet's property as well as his neighbor's property. Now that wall was always mending, it was always used to break. Okay, the whole poem is on that theme only, Okay, so first we will go for the free reading activity. So just watch that free reading activity. Why do people build walls around their property? Are they really required? Discuss in space. Simple question what they have asked. Why do people build walls around their property? So this is a simple question. If anyone wants to give the answer, just give it. Why people used to build the walls around their properties? Just think that if your house is there, you will build a wall that is called as that compound. What we call it as a compound. So why we create it?
For the protection.
For the protection of our property, or another reasons what we are having that but actually our property is not going to intersect in the other, or that going not to be a part of others. So that's why we just measured our property and we have created a border or a wall, whatever it may be. So are they really required? That is the question. Are they really required? No, I think for me it's not necessary to build any walls. They are not necessary. So what happens? Just think that that wall what we created. So that what it will make? It will create a distance between us. So that now here in the poem, the wall which was built in between the property of neighbors and poets. So that what created that creates a distance. Okay, in that in of them now, and it also creates a mistrust. So that the question only rises when we created a border or a wall. That will clearly shows that mistrust. Okay, and the third one is that see that why we will build the wall? We want privacy. So that's why we will create that. Okay, we will construct that wall. So these are the things what we will get when we created a wall or a border, anything. So what we will get? We will get three things. One is we will get distance from them. We will have mistrust, and we will have a privacy. We will get privacy, but we will lose something. We will lose love. We will lose love towards each other. We will lose friendship. We will lose togetherness. How people will get that togetherness? So when Earth was created, there were no boundaries. There were no walls which can separate us. Just think that who made it that boundaries of the country or a city or a village? We human beings have created it. Okay, so the God has not created any boundaries. So just he created the whole world to live. We have to live there. That's why he created them. But what the people we have done, just we have put the borders, we have put the walls, we have constructed them, and we have separated ourselves. We are not living together. Okay, so we are not living as a unit. We are separated ourselves from others, and we lost our love. So what happens? So each country, just think that one country is hating another. Just they're ready to fight with each other. Where is the love? Okay, so love, friendship, togetherness, we will lost these things when the border was built, when the wall was built. So this is what actually, this is for this only he wants that wall was not to be built again. But his neighbor demanded it again and again. But you see what, even the writer was ready to build it, but his inner saying that his friend or his neighbor has to say, okay, it's need not to build the wall. ಆತನೇ ಹೇಳಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ರೈತರ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ. Actually, the writer don't want to build that wall, but his friend or his neighbor, he want to build it. See, that writer wants his friend has to understand, okay, so that the wall will, how it separates them. So by understanding, then he only, he has to say that it's need not to build that wall. But his friend was not understand all these feelings or emotions of the poet. He just want to build that wall in between them. So now what happens in that poem? Just we will go for that. Actually, in this poem, okay, the poem is not in the form of paras. Okay, line wise paras. So just that whole poem is divided into meaningful segments. Okay, that is not in the form of stanzas. Just they are divided in the form meaningful segments. So first, something there is that doesn't love a wall, that sends the frozen ground swell under it and spills the upper boulders in the sun and makes gaps even two can pass abreast. Now this is what simple four lines. First we will go for the meaning of that four line. So I will read it once again. Listen it very carefully. Something there is that doesn't love a wall. Now poet saying that something is there. Okay, so that doesn't love the wall. Okay, what is that? Something is here, nature. Okay, so nature, that it doesn't want that wall. Okay, that sends the frozen ground swell under it and spills the upper boulders in the sun and makes gaps even two can pass abreast. Now he says that the poet says or speculates that there must something in the environment or nature that breaks down the wall again and again. Okay, this is not a single meantime activity. So they were built at it again and again, but something is there in the nature. Okay, so nature forces that it to down the wall again and again. Perhaps he said that the water beneath the ground is frozen. Frozen means that formed ice. Okay, frozen, and the resulting ice expands to cause cracks. This is what happens. At that time, cement walls are not there. Okay, just they were arranging the stones on one by one. Okay, so on the top of the another, one top of the another, they were used to put the stones and they used to build the walls. Okay, so now what happens? So just like this. Okay. So in this way, the arrangement of wall has set. Okay, the stones are arranged. Okay. Now what happens? So below that wall, earth is there. Okay. So now what happens in the US or in the European continents? So the cool days or so cooling period, okay, so they will get more icy days, so then water will goes to freeze. So the water which is present below of that wall, okay, that goes on freezing. So because of the result of forming of ice, that ice creates the breaks, okay, that ice creates the breaks on that wall. Okay, simply it says that ice creates the breaks on that wall. Okay, so when ice creates the breaks or cracks on the wall, and so they will grow until it is so wide, so that the crack is goes on, huge one. They will form as a huge crack. So how much they will use form as a huge one? So even two people can pass through, that through that crack easily. Okay, so how cracks were formed? So the cracks were they were formed as a huge one. So even two men can pass easily through that crack. So what are the reasons? There are two reasons. He said that. Sorry, the first reason what he said to mending of that was. So the first one was the nature. Okay, so because the nature forces that it felt that water which was present in below of that wall, that water was going to freeze, and it formed as the ice. Because of that ice creates cracks in that wall, and that cracks formed as a huge one. Okay, how they were huge? So even they were huge as two people can easily pass through them. Okay, so this is what the first four lines. Again, I will read and go for that. Something there is that doesn't love a wall, that sends the frozen ground, swells under it, and spills the upper boulders. Upper boulders means the boulders means the heavy stones. Okay, so now they have arranged the stones here. Now, upper boulders means the stones which were present on the upper side of that wall. So they were fallen. Okay, upper boulders in the sun and makes gaps even two can pass abreast. Simple, he says that. Okay, so the poet he speculates that there must something in that nature or environment that breaks down the wall again and again. Perhaps the water beneath the ground, okay, that's frozen, and the resulting ice that expands the cause cracks in the wall, and that makes the boulder at its top fall down. So the crack then grows until it is so wide. Now what crack grows on, a wider one. So how wide it is? So that two people can pass through it side by side and walk in the same direction. So two men, okay, so in the same direction they can pass easily through that crack. So this is what the first four lines. Go for the fifth, okay, from fifth to 11th, another segment. Okay, the work of hunter is another thing. The first thing which used to mend that wall, the first one is the nature. Okay, so or the water which was present beneath the earth that forms as a that freezes and that forms ice. So because of that ice that got cracked. So this is the first reason. Now the second reason is that water. So the work of hunters is another thing. I have come after them and made repair where they have left not one stone on a stone. Okay, but they would have the rabbit out of hiding to plague the helping dogs. The gap, I mean, no one has seen them made or heard them made, but us but at spring, mending times, we find them there. It simply says that. Now what happens? Now, when they created the wall of the stones, so that was like this. Now, so what happens? Hunters, they used to came there. Okay. So whenever hunters came, so just they used to displace that stones. Okay. They used to displace that stones. So what happens? Because of that hunter's process, now that wall is going to be mended. So everyone saying that because of the hunter, the wall was mending, okay, or it was getting cracked, but no one was not seeing that. Everyone was just saying, but was not. No one was not. Anyone was not watching that process. Just all are saying and all are getting that, but no one have but no one was watched it. Just all were heard that. So now, but the result is that after every spring season, they will get the wall as a mend. Okay, so they will use to watch the mend wall. So that's why they also believe that the wall was going to mend by the hunters only. Okay. So what is the meaning of that? The work of the hunter is another thing. Okay. So the another reason of mending of the wall is the work of the hunter. So what they have used to make? So that hunters who have broke the wall. Okay, he himself repairs after hunters have rearranged the stones to allow rabbits to come out of their holes for their dogs to catch. So what hunters used to do? So they came there with their dogs. Okay, so they will use to displace that stones. Why they used to displace that stones? So the rabbits which were present, from that side of the, field. So just they will open that stones, or they used to displace the stones, and they will made a, hole for that rabbits to come out. So when the rabbits come out, the dogs of the hunter used to hunt them. So that's why this is another process, that is the hunter's activity. Okay, so they used to break the wall. So again, I will go for that. So that second reason is the work of the hunter. Okay, so that what they used to broke that wall. So he himself used to repair after the hunter's rearrangement of the stones. Why they will rearrange them? To allow the rabbits to come out of their dogs. So the dogs used to catch that rabbit. However, the gaps they have so now appeared on the wall have been made by something that is unseen and heard. So no one was heard of about the sounds of disarrangement. Okay, so that rearrangement of that walls by the hunter, and even no one was watched the rearrangement of that stones by the hunter. Just all are whenever they will go there after the spring season, after every spring season, the wall was going to mend or got back. Okay, so this is what 5th to 11th line. Now next, I let my neighbor now beyond the hill. Okay, and on a day we meet to walk the line and set the wall between us once again. Okay, now he simply said that. The poet, okay, now simply we are saying that. So this is just thing that, okay, this is what the wall, okay, this is what constructed by the stones. Okay. So now what happens? One side, see, one side of the wall, poet's property was there, and another side, his neighbors or his friends' property was there. Now what happens? The poet says that the wall is between two lands. Okay, the wall is in between two lands separated by a hill. Okay, so that wall was there. Okay, in between two properties, and that lands were separated by a hill. The farmer who lives on the other side of the hill is informed about the whole. Okay, so now his neighbor, okay, his friend, so just he informed about the whole of that wall to the poet or the writer. Now, both were decided to build or they fixed a day, okay, to meet near that wall, and they used to walk along the wall each side and surveying the damages. Just they say here what the poet just he used to walk this side, and his neighbor just he used to walk this side. So both were decided. So once again I will read that 4 lines. Just watch it. I let my neighbor know beyond the hill. Okay. So I let my neighbor know beyond the hill. So now he was living beyond the hill. So that hill was separating the two properties. Now through that hill only they have built that wall. Now what happens? And on a day we meet to walk the light. They have fixed the day. Okay. To talk about the that wall or anything. So that's the meter near that line which separates their properties. And set the wall between us once again. Now just they moved and they watched so where that wall was break or where that wall got damaged. So just they moved and watched the damages and they decided to rebuild it again. Okay, or to build it once again. So this is what 12 to 16th line. Okay, so just 3 segments, first 3 segments, 1 to 4, okay, 5 to 11, and 12 to 16. Now go for the next. We keep the wall between us as we go. To each the builders that have fallen to each, and some are lows and some so nearly balls, we have to use a spell to make them balance. Okay. Okay. Now just he says that, okay. We keep the wall between us as we go. Now, so we will build it again, and whenever see through our whole life we will keep that whole wall as a stand over it. So where see through our whole period of life we have to maintain that wall in between us. So that a neighbor says to the writer. Now what happens? To each the builders that have fallen to each, and some are lows and some so nearly balls, we have to use how to make them balance. Now he said that. See that some of them were in the shape of balls, some of them were different shapes of the stones. Okay. Now what we will do? So we will take them and we will arrange that wall again. Okay. So that is what he said to his friend. In that 4 lines. Okay. Next. Stay where you were, so stay where you are until our backs are turned. We wear our fingers rough with handling them. Oh, just another kind of outdoor game. One on a side, it comes 2 little more. Now, this is what the next 4 lines. Now he says that. What is the meaning of that next line? Or just see, we were to stay where you are until our brakes are turned. We wear our fingers rough with handling them. Oh, just another kind of outdoor game. Underline that word, outdoor game. Okay, underline that word outdoor game. One on a side, it comes a little more. Okay, now he says that. So in these lines, the poet says that, what he used to say is that his hands as well as his neighbor's hands become, just they have become, allused as a result of picking up the heavy boulders. So just what they used to do, they used to take the boulders, okay, who just slipped from the top, okay. Just they used to hold them and they just used to arrange them again to build that wall. So that is, just remember that wall was not up about the cement or concrete. Just that is the arrangement of the stones, boulders. Now he takes, now what his neighbor and the poet used to pick that boulders in their own hands. Now their fingers and their hands were rough. So they got a roughness. They got hardness because they picked that stones and they used to arrange them again to build that wall between them. So this is what they were saying in that line. Boulders. It feels like they are playing some sort of a game. Okay. So this is what some sort of game for them. Why the poet says it is some sort of a game? Because that was never ending game. After every spring season, that wall was going to melt. Okay, so they will again, they will come there and they will use to handle that boulders and they used to rebuild it. Okay, rearrange them again. Okay, so that's why he said this is a kind of game for them. So that's why he mentioned the outdoor game. So what they have to do now? Just they have to play another kind of outdoor game, he said. Now he said that, this is the game for them. Okay, so it seems like play rather than the work because the wall is wholly unnecessary work. So actually, according to the writer, it is a unnecessary thing, but the neighbor wants it. The neighbor wants it. Okay, so now what happens? Let's see. This is an unnecessary thing for the poet, but also he was not having any choice. He has to play or he has to build that wall because that is the demand of the neighbor. Okay, just they handle the heavy boulders and they arrange them again. Okay, so unnecessary, since the two formers grow a different kind of okay, that will explain in the next. Now what happens? Okay. One on a side, it comes a little more. There where it is, we do not need the wall. He is all pine and I am apple orchard. Okay, orchard. My apple trees will never get across and eat the cones under his pines. I tell him, he only says, good fences make good neighbors. Okay, good fences make good neighbors. Okay, spring is the mischief in me. I wonder if I could put a notion in his head. Now this is what another stage. Okay. Now what he says that. So the poet don't want to build or arrange that stones again and again. So he know that it was not necessary to build that wall in between that neighbor and him. So he don't want any necessary to watch it. So why? Because he was just watch it. He was growing apples, okay, in his orchard, and now, so the writer was growing apples in his farm, and now that his neighbor was just he was growing pine pine trees in his farm. They were not intersecting, each in each land. So ಆತನ ಆಪಲ್ ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಈತನ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಈತನ ಪೈನ್ ಟ್ರೀಸ್ಗಳು ನೇಬರ್ ನ ಪೈನ್ ಟ್ರೀಸ್ಗಳು ಪೋಯೆಟ್ ನ ಆಪಲ್ ಟ್ರೀಗಳಿಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ಸೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. So that's why he was saying that it is not necessary of build that wall. So he said that in these lines the poet says that he has tried to tell his neighbor that his apple trees will never encroach upon his pines, but that the neighbor remains unconvinced. Okay, his logic in putting up the wall is that all good neighbors are separated by strong fences. However, in springtime, the poet feels mischievous and to convince his neighbor to agree with another way. Okay, so this is what that above line. What he says that, see what just the simple thing he explains and why it is not necessary to build that wall. Because the writer and the poet, just he grows apple trees in his field. Now he was growing, pine trees. Okay, so they will not intersect each other. Okay, so that's why it is not necessary to build that wall. But his neighbor was unable to understand that thing. Okay, what he says that, so they underline that line. He says that, the neighbor says that good fences make good neighbor. Fences means the walls or the border. Okay, so what the sense of the neighbor is this: what if we separated by a border or a wall, so then what? Our property will not intersect in yours, your properties will not intersect in ours, so that will not make any reasons, that will not cause any reasons for our fighting. So then that is what that good wall or that good border will create the good neighbor. So this is what the idea of about the neighbor. Neighbor ಏನಂತ believe ಮಾಡಿದಾನೆ? ನನ್ ಬೆಳೆ ಆತನ ಬೆಳೆಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಆತನ ಬೆಳೆ ನನ್ ಬೆಳೆಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ then what? Because of that wall, because of the border, what we have constructed, that will not disturb others' properties. ಆಗ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇದ್ದಾಗ, so a good fence means a good wall ಅಥವಾ a good border, what it will make? It will forms a good neighbor ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಆತನ ನಂಬಿಕೆ. But actually that is not true. So fence is not needy. We not need the wall here. So according to the writer or a poet or Robert Frost, the wall is not necessary, but according to the neighbor, the wall is necessary because he believes that, what he believes that good fences make a good neighbor. But what the poets believe is that he don't want fence only. He don't want wall only. Okay, but he tried to convince that neighbor with so many so many things, but he was not understood that thing. Okay, so this is what the 29th line. Okay, sorry, from the 30th. Okay, we will go tomorrow. So 29 line agoytu, so 30ನೇ ಲೈನ್ ಇಂದ ನಾಳೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. So if I could put a notion in his head, ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಮುಗಿತು. Okay, so what was the belief of that neighbor? The belief of the neighbor was good fences make a good neighbor. But according to the writer or a poet, so it is not necessary to build that wall, because that wall was always going to melt in every spring season. That is the mischief of a building that wall. But he convinced his neighbor, but he was not agree with his way of thought. Okay, so next what happens, so just we will watch in the next class. Okay, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, students. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Dear students, today here we are going to discuss about the new chapter that is under that economic, public finance and budget here. It is also an important chapter in the economics here, which tells us here about the government policies here, how to manage the income and expenditure. These all. Let us understand that by discussing about that lesson. Here in this chapter, we will discuss about the meaning of public finance and its importance, and budget also, and public expenditure and public income and deficit finance, and then fiscal finance here. These are the points which we have to discuss in this chapter. Here, each individual earn income in the form of rent, not only in the form of rent, so the other forms also here we will earn the income, and this is used to fulfill or to lead our day-to-day life. Or to fulfill our desires, needs, requirements there. Here, this is the one form here. Through the rent also, we will earn the income on fixed assets here, such as land, buildings. People, those who have ownership of that land and buildings, they will grant that, or they will allow that other persons, those who would like to do that kind of business or any other activity in that land and buildings. And in return, they will take here rent on that land and buildings. And some others, they may earn here income through the wages here. That means salary or a kind of income which they earn through the performing here different kinds of that work or jobs in different that economical sectors here. Some people they work as a labor, and some others they work as an officer also, and some other people they work as a public, and some others they are working in the private sectors. And whatever activity they will do in the society here in their day-to-day life, they will get little that salary, and that is the income for them to satisfy their desires here, how to live their life. In some other people, they will earn here income through the interest here by investing money in banks also, or lending money to someone else, or depositing their income in the bank, post office. Through that, on that they will get little interest. That is the income for that people here, and it is used to various activities of them. And some others invest here their amount in that productive activity, in the mutual fund, and in the business activities here. And whatever profit they will get in back, that is the income for them here. Through these all activities here, or through this way, we will get the income, and we will use that income to fulfill our desires, needs, requirements, and also how to lead our life here. Let us understand here the meaning of that public finance here. Here, public finance, it is belongs to government, and personal finance, it is belongs to an individual. This public finance, it will be managed by the government here, because that government represents the entire that all public of the country, and personal finance, it will be managed by the individual, family members, those who will have an authority to carry on all the activities of a house here or a family. The government has to manage its income and expenditure, the study of which it is called as a public finance here. Here, government, it will manage its income and expenditure here. Here, any that organization, any institutions, or any that individual, they do not have any authority to manage the public finance here. It would be central government or a state government. Anyone in the state government, it will manage its income and expenditure, and in the central government in the country here, that central government, it will manage its income and expenditure. This is called as, or the study of this, it is called as public finance. The individual management of income and then expenditure, it is called as what here? Personal finance here. Here, one of the economist Dalton, he has told about the definition of, or his opinion regarding the public finance. What is that public finance? He quoted that it is concerned or related with the income and expenditure of public authorities and with the adjustment of one to the other here. Here, this is related to the income and expenditure of public authorities. What are the public authorities here? That is the government. It would be central or the state here. They will do here the adjustment between that income and then expenditure. It is belongs to them. It is the responsibility of that public authorities here, state government or central government. They will manage the entire all expenditure and then income activity here. The importance of public finance here. Now here we are going to discuss about this importance of public finance. Why? What are the importance of this public finance? The first one, it is here, increase country production to the maximum here. Each and every year, government it has been collecting here taxes or revenue from the public here, and that public that revenue or that income, it will be used by the government for that various activities. For example, some that income, it would be used for the purpose of social service, social activities, on education also, on art also, or any other social activities, and economical activities on that agriculture activities also, or rural development activities, or road and transport, to build that road and transport here. Here entire that public finance, it is helps to our here increase the country's production to the maximum. In the economical activities or social activities, the government will invest the amount which it will collect from the people, and automatically here that activities will produce their products and pay tax to the government. In other side, it helps to increase the production and also economical growth. The revenue will be shared equally among all citizens here. Whatever that income it will or revenue will be collected by the central government, it will share by or share equally among the all citizens. Here, government individually do not share that all revenue who are in that country according to the that population of this state or according to the submission of tax to the central government by the state government. It will decide what percent of that revenue it would share with the state government. For example, you take here a GST here. Every state government they have been submitting here GST to the central government, or through that economical activities from the state also government it is earning here that GST, goods and service taxes. And later onwards every year at the end of the that financial year, maybe that central government it may share that revenue with the that states according to its population or according to its contributions to collect that GST rate by the state. And later onwards that state government it will spend that money to bring the reforms or any other economical activities or any other policy which helps to increase the standard living of that people or that state here. And capital investment in priority sectors increased here. During the time of that budget forming, government it will reserve little amount for that every sector. It will reserve amount for that education sectors also, agriculture sectors also there, industrial sectors also, and other that sectors here. And it will spend that amount in those sectors here for the development of a country. And regulating economic fluctuations and inflation here. It is the duty of the government here to regulate here economic fluctuations and then that inflation. The price or rate of the goods they will not be same in each and every day here. Month by month or year by year, the prices of goods and services it has been increasing. Sometimes it may decrease and then some other time here it may increase here. To maintain these all here or to regulate these all, the public finance it is very important here. Whenever there is a low inflation, high inflation or the prices will increase about the goods during this situation, central government it may release here fund to decrease that inflation here or to increase the economic growth of a country. And in some other occasions here to eradicate the social problems also, government it will use that public finance. Here this public finance or that amount it is very important to eradicate the problem of poverty, unemployment and other issues which are in the country here. Recently, maybe 3 to 4 years back, the central government it has founded their Mudra Bank here, and central government it will provide their amount. Those who would like to do or start his own business, it would help to reduce that unemployment there. And government every year it has been giving nearly 6,000 rupees for that small landholders, those who have 5 acre or below that 5 acre here land to purchase the that fertilizers or crops to carry on his agriculture activity. It would help him to grow more crops and that would help indirectly to come out from the his poverty line here. And trying to develop all sectors of the economy here. This public finance is used to solve the problems in the almost all sectors, industrial, economy, educational, road and transport, communication, science and technology. For these all activities, public finance, it will be used by the government. These are the importance of the public finance. 4, 6. Government will collect revenue from the various economical activities, and that revenue it will use for these all activities here. Development activities. It would be development activities of the industry also, or regarding agriculture, or regarding the construction work here, and regarding that road and transport also. In these development activities, that collected money in the form of revenue, it will be used by the government there. And similarly here, a government it will spend more money during time of that inflation. Whenever the price of goods and services will be high in the country, to reduce that, it may spend its income. To regulate the economical activities there. And second important point is the budget here. This is what the statement of estimated income and expenditure of a year prepared by the government. This is called as a budget here. All government should have this budget, otherwise it is little difficult to manage the country there. If we doesn't know about the income and what is the source of income, then for what field or for what economical activity we have to spend the money, it is difficult to maintain the country here. By keeping hope here on the government, people will elect it during time of election to show the progress of country, and each that government should have put knowledge regarding its income and then expenditure. It means a plan regarding what its income and then expenditure. That a plan or a estimation, it is regarding the income and expenditure, it is called as a budget. Every year in the month of April, government it will announce the budget of that year there, and later onwards it will spend money according to that budget there. In India, the financial year starts from April 1st and ends on 31st March of the subsequent year. The financial year in India it starts from April 1 and ends in the March 31st day. Therefore, all banks they will be busy on that last week of March to submit the records there, because based on that reports, that government it will form the budget there. Both the central government and then the state government, these will form the budget. To maintain these activities or various activities in their area there. Normally, the finance minister presents the central budget in the Lok Sabha in February or March. There will be there will be a detailed discussion on the budget in both the houses. What are both houses here? Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha there, upper house and lower house. And government obtains the approval from both houses before the 31st March day. Every year, the finance minister, she will present maybe Nirmala Sitharaman, she is the finance minister, therefore I have taken that she will present that budget in the central government during the session there in the Lok Sabha there, and both including all parties, opposition party, ruling party, and other members, all they will discuss regarding that budget there. This budget, it will be discussed in that both parliament houses, such as the other upper house and lower house, and will get their approval. Then only government will get the right to spend money from the country treasurer or the state treasurer there. State treasury, it belongs to the state government. After getting approval in that Vidhan Parishad, Vidhan Sabha here, state government, it will get right to spend the amount in the state there, from state that treasurer there. There are three types of budget. The first one, it is a surplus budget, and the second, it is a deficit budget, and the third, it is a balanced budget here. These are the three types of budget. Surplus means excess income, it will be excess here, and deficit means shortage budget here. In here, expenditure, it will be more than the income. In the balanced budget, both income and then expenditure, both these will be same there. The first one, that is a surplus budget here. If the budget shows excess revenue income as compared to expenditure, it is called as a surplus budget here. Here in these two pictures, you can see if our income, it is if our expenditure, it is 500 rupees and income, it is 2000 rupees here. This is what called as a surplus budget here. Our total expenditure, it is actually 500 rupees, but we have got here income nearly 2000 rupees in that year. Or if you compare this to the family in that month here, this is what surplus budget here. Under the surplus budget, the expenditure, it will be decreased, or it will be what less, and the income, it will be more there. This is what surplus budget. And the second, it is here deficit budget here, korte budget or korte mungada patra. If the expenditure is more than the revenue, it is called as a deficit budget here. Here expenditure, it is 2000 and income, it is 500 rupees here. If it happens, it is called as a deficit budget here. If we spend there more amount than our income, that is called as what deficit budget here. If we spend less amount that income, that is called surplus budget. The last one is a balanced budget here. Whatever income and then we'll get through the collection of taxes here, almost all it will be expend on that economical activities here. If both are equal, even that income also, collected income also through the various activities and then expenditure, this is called as a balanced budget here. If the both income and expenditure are equal, it is called as a balanced budget. First one, that is a surplus budget. Second one, fiscal budget. Sorry, deficit budget there. Third one is a balanced budget. Under the surplus budget, income, it will be more, but expenditure, it will be less there. Under the deficit budget here, income, it will be less and expenditure, it will be more there. But under the balanced here, income and expenditure, both these will be same. Next here, we have to understand how government it will extend the public finance to bring the growth of a country here. That all you discuss under that public expenditure here. The expenditure done by or incurred by public authorities here. Who are the public authorities here? Central, state or local governments, Jilla Panchayat, Taluk Panchayat, Gram Panchayat, these. To satisfy the collective social that wants of the people, it is known as a public expenditure. Here, the expenditure which is done by the public authorities. What are the authorities here? Central, state, local government. Why they will spend that amount? To fulfill the desires of needs, the requirements of that people. This is called as a public expenditure. Whatever amount it will be spent by the authorities to fulfill the desires, needs, the requirements of people, citizens here, or that society, it is called as a public expenditure. It is incurred on various activities, means done through various activities for the welfare of the people and also for the economical development. This public expenditure, central or state or local bodies, they will do for the purpose of welfare activities or for the purpose of that development activities. And this 20th century, the role and scope of the government has expanded and public expenditure also increased here. The 20th century here, the role and scope of government, it has expanded because of that population and vast countries here. The role and then scope of the government, it is very important to manage that all activities of that vast land. Because to manage here clearly how to show the progress of that land, that country, or that people here, government, it has to spend money by collecting through various activities here. It is year by year, decade by, it has been increasing. However, that population and income of the government, it will increase. Similarly, here that public expenditure, it will also increase there to fulfill the desires and needs of that public people there. The goals of public expenditure, they are: the first one, to promote a faster economic development here, to increase the economical development of country, to faster. During the time of lockdown, the economical situation of a country, it was fall down there due to the lack of economical activity. But whenever that lockdown, it was removed, taken back, during this situation to foster the economical development of country, central government, it has declared there nearly 20,000 crore rupees for various fields. Why it has declared or announced that 20,000 crore rupees? To show the economical development. People, they didn't have any economical activities. To provide a boost to that economical activities, it has declared 20,000 crore rupees. This is a step here, or a type of goal to show the economical development. And to promote industry, trade and commerce also. The second important goal of the public expenditure here, to promote industry, trade and commerce. To establish the various type of the industries, to carry on the trade and commerce activities. Also, government, it will do the public expenditure, or it will spend that public money to increase these industries and trade and commerce here. These are the main fields which helps to show the economical development of a country, including that agriculture. If the industries are increased, then the production will be increased in the country there. And the road and transport or trade and commerce activities also automatically increase here. If there is no industry here, it is a little hard to produce more goods and services. It may affect upon that all fields. These are also the picture of that goals of public expenditure. The second point, promote industry and trade and commerce. Government will try to provide a subsidy also to purchase that kind of machines or fertilizer, and government will try to provide even seeds also based on that subsidy to the people there. On these all activities that public government it will spend that public fine amount there. That is also part of that public expenditure. And also fourth one, to promote the balanced regional growth here. All the areas of in India here, they are showing here equal or balanced regional growth. Some areas they are very faster than the other regions here. For example, the central India and northeastern states of India and the western part of India, desert area here, especially Gujarat and Rajasthan. These regions are showing what low that balanced regional growth. To promote economical activities in that area, some other time your government it may declare for special that packages to increase that economical activities in that area there. To build socio-economical that overheads expenses, example roadways, railways, dams, power plants here, the public finance amount which will be collected by the government in the form of tax revenue or that non-tax activities, it will almost all spend on the construction of road and transport also, railways also, dams also, the power plants also, or in any other activities here. These are the work to provide education also, to provide health facility also. And the sixth it is here to promote the full employment here, or to decrease that unemployment. Also government it will spend the money, public money there. And the seventh it is here to maximize how to increase the social welfare. To bring unity, welfare in the society also, government it will spend the money there. These are the goals of public expenditure. To bring these all reforms in the country here, government it will use the finance, public finance actually, which is collected by the government from the people of that country there. Regarding the public revenue, we will discuss tomorrow day. Have understood this all? This is economics. Once it is a little hard to understand, therefore oftenly you have to practice this. Then only you may keep these all points in your mind. By reading once or by learning once, it is little hard to understand these all. To practice twice in a leisure time during by writing also, by reading also, then you will be able to remember these all points, or you will be able to understand that what remember that public expenditure, public finance, what are the goals, and what is that budget, and what are the types of budget here. These are all there. Can anyone else tell me here what remember that budget? Meaning of that budget, tell me here. Estimated income and expenditure of the government is called as a budget there. That is very simple. Surplus, the types of budget, they are surplus budget, second one that is deficit budget, and the third it is a balanced budget here. Under the surplus budget, the income it will be more. Under the deficit budget, expenditure it will be more than the income. But under the balanced budget here, both they will be same, income also and then expenditure also there. Okay, with this here today I will conclude this class. Thank you so much to all. Bye.